Welcome to episode 17. So this is intended to be one of the shorter ones. You will probably know in hindsight, that it will be one of those 8 hours monsters. It's a Sunday, a lazy one. Not much else to do other than watching real life football. Most likely I will at least try to watch the Stuttgart game later on. That's in the evening though. In terms of Football Manager, Sarawak United, we are in top spot in the league right now. And the league is on a break. Not sure what's going on here. I guess it's an international break or something. I didn't really bother to look. We will have a teeny tiny gap of the entirety of April. Last time out, we played Sarawak. So this is our, I don't know, local rival slash former slash parent club. Gotta ask me about the entire situation. I always forget. It's some sort of weird management buyout situation. Whatever. Anyway, apparently the local rivalry with those brings fans to the stadium. And those fans in the stadium actually make up for a decent chunk of revenue. Last time out we earned about 10k. I think it was 9.5, whatever. Just playing the friendly. In comparison, just to put this out there, we played Johor DT. And reportedly this is number 1 in Malaysia. This club is number 1. We defeated them. There were 250 people in the stadium or something. We barely made any money from that. So, seen from that perspective, playing local rivals is really important to us. And we have a whole month that we can use for friendlies only. So this stream, at least that's my intent, will probably focus on getting some money in. Anything. Because, well, we need it. This is not only due to the fact that, we don't earn much, it's also due to the fact that the contract situation is not very appealing. I just don't like it. We have a 40k people stadium, so we need to use it somehow. And to be honest, I also want to look at the finances. How much do we pay for the stadium per season? Is this somewhere in here? Ground maintenance. Well, that's not exactly what I'm looking for. Might be somewhere in the club information, I think. Facilities, here we go. Should be somewhere in here. No, it isn't, because it's ours. We don't rent it. Yeah, that makes sense. Anyway, so it's a pretty big stadium for having 200 people in there. Alright. So we'll try to schedule some friendlies, and I will probably go through these within the next few weeks. So obviously I want to play Sarawak again, just to make an additional 10k. That said, I do not think they will accept it immediately. So these are damn expensive, we won't do that. Can we have away matches anywhere? Yeah, but that's stupid. So we'll probably play those. Just to make a few hundred euros and keep sharpness up. It will not matter much. Well, hopefully it has a positive impact on morale, but otherwise I don't think it has much of an impact. We'll try to include an additional friendly versus Sarawak to make an additional 10k, and maybe put one of the lower, or not. I was going for maybe put one of the lower quality teams in here, but apparently that's not a thing. Well, we can play them here. Now, I don't know if this is excessive. Maybe. But we need the money. So, fine by me. Training is Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, so I guess we could try to set up one on Wednesday. Maybe here. we play all of those already. Most likely they won't accept it. I'll do that anyway. Playing them twice will probably not happen, but whatever. And I will try to keep the overall training in here. I want attribute development on the players. No, that might not happen, but I think coming out at the end of this 1 month in the wall, we should be pretty good with the tactical familiarity. Oh, they accepted it twice. Okay, so apparently a 2-week gap is enough. If a 2-week gap is enough, that means we should try to exploit it. Play in Sarawak again as soon as possible. For example, here. There's nothing in here. I know there's a league match there. But we can play those that in the Sarawak friendly here that were not on the pitch this time out, and then they still have a week to recover, so that should be fine. Let's try this. This is, I don't know, borderline exploitative, or however you want to phrase it. Hopefully butchered that. But yeah. So we're trying to make 25k from this 1 month in friendly revenues. Well, hopefully it's actual income. Sorrow picked up some positive attributes. Apparently it's not composure. His temperament has improved, okay. Romario Rizal, that's also an under 21 player. That's one that we try to re-educate for another position. Fairly susceptible to injuries, it says. To be fair, I guess he might make it into the first team at some point. He was there, and then we demoted him. Just because, well, his crossing's fine and the physicals are somewhat okay. The rest of it, not a big fan. So he became a little bit more controversial. Doesn't seem to be handling the pressure so much, and his determination dropped. That's no good. The under 21's mentoring group, though, yeah, that's this one. So we're basically going for a balanced approach on everyone. Apparently he had better attributes. Emphasis on head. No, he doesn't anymore, so, well, I don't know. But we're just trying to get the squad together. Yeah, there's that. And then there's Mod Samarul Ezani Mod Hussein. Positive as well as negative. More professionalism. That's good. Professionalism is damn important. As well as better temperament, but not so much determination. Well, I don't care much about determination. Like, obviously I prefer higher scores in determination to lower ones, but if I can sacrifice determination for professionalism, I will do that any day. He does not like his individual training, Mr. Renan. I see why. And I do not like your development in training overall. Also, he's on a non-contract and still gets paid per match. At least theoretically. That said, looking at this attribute profile, this guy will not go anywhere. I have no hopes whatsoever for him. And that's just due to the fact that there's a bunch of ones in here. This clearly screams no potential to me. I don't know. What's the staff saying? Yeah, not much. So he's also susceptible to injury, at least somewhat. He'll be out of the club very soon, if we don't need to play him all of a sudden. But really, he has good off-the-ball movement, heading and finishing, and that's it. There's even a decline in the physicals. So, other people probably wouldn't even bother looking at this guy. Me? What do we do with him? So apparently his dribbling doesn't go up. His physicals are in decline. So, I don't know, I guess for his role, decision-making and composure is the most likely candidate right now. Anticipation, obviously, but don't want to focus on the off-the-ball movement. Now, let's go with final third. That suits his role, at least. And we'll criticize his training on top of that. He'd rather have the guarantees. Okay. Well, he doesn't want to. We'll enter contract negotiations. Demote him back to youngster. He accepts it. And now we will get rid of all of this and try to get him into a contract that doesn't get paid at all, in case we ever play him. He's somewhat pleased with that. Saved us 35 euros per match. That's not bad. We should probably go through the rest of the teams too, given that there's some time off, and try to do similar stuff with them. Because some of these still get paid, and well, no reason to pay him 35 euros for not doing anything, Mr. Ishak. I think it only counts for the first team, but whatever. Yeah, let's get rid of this. And if he doesn't accept it, he's still under contract, and well, I do not think anyone will come and offer for him right now. So I'm not exactly frightened by the prospect of losing him, I would say. So that should be fine. It is. Perfect. Saved another 35 euros. We should go through all of these, shouldn't we? Oh, sorrow. He doesn't get paid anyway. Mr. Ike King doesn't get paid. Fritzal does get paid, so he needs a new contract. Youngster, yeah, that seems acceptable. Now, watching this later, maybe you might think, he's entirely confused. Why would we bother to do that? Doesn't make much of a difference. Well, it might, but it sets a baseline for the rest of the squad. So, in case anyone else comes into the club, they probably do not expect much if they if they come in as a youngster. They might, depending on where they come from. But the baseline is nobody gets paid in the under 21s or somewhere else around here, and I actually like that. We should do it that way for all of them. Keep the money in the bank and then spend it on those players that actually deliver some kind of performance in the first team. No, this is a bit much. Okay, he might accept it too, because he says we're close to an agreement. One thing I didn't figure out yet is if I can force him into this kind of contract immediately at the start of the negotiation, just so it doesn't drag on that much. Might not, who knows. Too hardy. Well, this guy's trash. That said, his tackling's good. So, what do we do with him? Yeah, ball-winning midfielder. He might just make it to 2 points of strength at some point. And apparently he still gets paid, so that's a no-go. But all of these youngster contracts are pretty good. They do not expect playing time. They do not expect money. And, well, this is the playing material available to us here in Malaysia, at least around the area of Sarawak apparently. So we'll stick with that. In fact, I think we can probably bring a few additional faces to the club. And if some of them, for some reason, develop, well, then that's okay. This also counters some of the arguments with the youth team and stuff. So obviously, the costs for the youth team are not only the player wages. There's additional costs involved, like the coaching staff. But once you don't pay your players anymore, there is, well, depending on what you did pay them for previously, there's a big chunk of the budget that just isn't there anymore. Because if nobody gets paid well, then the youth team, at least according to wages, plays for free. So you might as well keep them. Now, the coaching staff, very different thing, but this general argument that in lower leagues you can throw the youth team away. I see the appeal because it's not worth your time, but it might be worth the money in the end. Because you might sign the odd player on a €6 per week contract and sell them. And that might make up for whatever coaching staff you have. Or, you know, there is one that makes the breakthrough to the first team. Once in 5 years, but whatever. That might happen, and the argument basically goes, it might be worth the time. Okay, we had him. What's with you? He earns €9 right now, that's obviously too much. Don't want to pay that. It's kind of sad that there's only balanced personalities around here too. I really want to change that, but I had a hard time finding any player at all that might be able to do this. He still earns 180. That's a damn lot. So I actually think his time is to come, and it will come. Yeah, he doesn't want to have a new contract. Sure, that's fair. He wants to earn money. And well, he does right now. This looks somewhat okay. Didn't expect that. He also played, so most likely. There is a relation there. I forgot to register players. Oh, apparently we can register some of them. Well, let's do that. No, we can't. Changes cannot be confirmed outside the squad registration window. When is the registration window? At the end of May. Okay, so we need to set up some sort of reminder. At the end of May, I need to register all of these players. That's purely on me. I just didn't know that under 19s and under 21s had a registration too. Now, it makes a ton of sense, but, well, we are responsible for it and I didn't know. So half of the squad here doesn't play. In case you manage your own youth teams, feel free to look at that. This is very important. Where was I? With him. Doesn't get paid. He does play though. Hi, Aske. Welcome back to the stream. Thank you. Thank you. But we're just doing friendlies right now. This is one of the slow ones. At least that's what I expect. So, yeah, not much luck needed, I think. That said, we had a lot of luck, so, you know, it might run out pretty soon, given the table situation. Oh, it's behind my... Can we just put that up here? Here we go. This is the league table right now. We're in top spot. But we're on a 1 month break now. It's April, apparently in Malaysia. That means nobody plays. So, or, I don't know, they do international stuff and so on. So, how have you been? Anything new with you? Alright. He's in decline. That's the one that gained professionalism and lost determination, if I'm not mistaken. So obviously don't want to pay him. Just surviving? Well, that sounds a bit dramatic, man. I'm on... I guess the American way to put it is paid leave. I'm on vacation right now. Started, well, basically yesterday. So I have 2 weeks off. And I will most likely use some of it for streaming, some of it for recording for YouTube, if I get a chance, and also some of it just to, visit family and hang around and chill. Don't do much. In fact, that's probably a big accomplishment if I can just do nothing for a day or two. So, for example, yesterday I refrained from streaming. I just thought, well, I had the time, but I decided to watch some real-life football instead, and do nothing for the entire day. Well, played some Baldur's Gate 3, some other random stuff, but none of it on stream. And I think that sometimes that's healthy too, if you are quite used to doing something every day. So, I don't know. I guess this is a way to phrase hustle culture is probably not healthy. That said, I'm not sure if I qualify for being a hustle culture proponent. Not sure. This guy does develop. Oh, Johadi. Well, Mr. Johadi, you don't even have training set up for some reason. He does have some tackling. So it says he's a winger. I do not agree with that. Could be defensive winger. But really, his physicals are fine. How about this? So, Husky, you interested in anything in particular on this stream right now? I think you've been in a few times, but not very consistently. Anything that you want to, I guess, get an update on? I'm happy to elaborate. I don't know, maybe go over the most important players or the current squad or whatever. Targets for the season. Osmi is the one that doesn't train well. We set a target for him, and well, he doesn't do it. So he gets a new contract anyway. Due to age. Alright. That won't happen. And then there's Iskander. Iskander... Same. Contract is set up for the future. I do not know why these two are in the under-21s, to be honest. I just don't see that. They are not. Yeah. They're down here. Also, none of them are registered for the league here because I'm a dumbass. So... yeah, it's all fine. Have fun lurking. It's all good. Yeah, and in case you have any questions, feel free to toss them in my general direction. But it will most likely be, boring friendlies and stuff. So, none of these earns money, if I'm not mistaken. He gets 60 euros per game. Well, to be fair, he's the best of a bad bunch. Also fairly loyal, so that's not bad. And apparently we're trying to make a deep line forward out of him. This is really good training-wise. Given that he doesn't play, not even in the under-21s league, that's pretty good. Still. He recently signed a new deal. Okay. Apparently we did that. Well, in that case. And then there's these guys. Alright. So all of these are around 6 euros a week. Let's try to complement this with a little bit of scouting. We have the capability to pay an additional 6 euros a week for the odd player here and there. He's 19 years old though. Would be interested in a transfer. We do not know about susceptibility to injury. So I'm strictly thinking, would this be a good idea for the current squad? We do not play with a wingback in the wingback position. We play with a wingback in fullback position. His attributes overall aren't that bad, considering that we are faced with a few players that have a bunch of ones. In comparison to that, he's pretty good. He's recommended. He comes from Kuching, so this is our area. They, for some reason, released him. Basically, the entirety of our team is former Kuching players or former Sarawak players. This is just geographically close, if I'm not mistaken. So, given that he's not susceptible to injury, I'm pretty happy offering him a contract for the under-21s. And we'll just do youngster here. This adds quality to the under-21s team. We just need to make sure he plays in the under-21s league. Once we are capable of doing that. Yeah, he doesn't want to earn money. We cannot change this. If I could, I would put him on a 6 euros a week contract. But this stuff, he won't get anything. At least that's what I'm hoping for. So we'll try to get him into the team. Give him time on the pitch on the under-21s, starting at the end of May. And just see if he has the potential that the scouting team assessed. This guy apparently has no upside potential whatsoever, at least according to the scouts. There's a ton of left backs here too. For some reason. He's considered to be a consistent performer. Well, that might be a plus. Now, I don't want to sign 15 left backs. But there's no reason to stick with Rizal if there's somebody else that's better, right? So a second one probably doesn't hurt. Sorting by recommendation. He's a top recommendation, then there's the striker here. Yeah, this is the one we were looking at right recently. All of the rest of them are trash, more or less. These are new. Might as well offer them a trial. So they had no interest whatsoever previously, I guess. Now, even setting this on doubtful, they might be interested at this point. None of them qualify for the under XYZ league. That's a former player of ours, actually. So yeah, none of them qualify for under 21s, but I'm always looking to improve the senior squad too. So that's a thing. This Jasmine guy, well, he's a poacher. We're not really looking for a poacher. Also, he's on 190 euros right now, so we need to wait until he gets released. But this 19-year-old? Fairly determined, which is an acceptable personality, consistent performer, yeah. You know what? We'll try to retrain him. Who knows? Maybe that's an acceptable option for him, and if it isn't, well, then it isn't. I don't care much. We will just offer him exactly €0, put him in the under 21s, and then there's that. So much for not having an under 21s team. I'm pretty happy to accept arguments against that, though. Here we go. Alright. And, well, the rest of the options here, I'm not so sure. You see, there's a bunch of ones in this attribute sample, for example. So I'd rather not. And it gets even worse further down the list, so whatever. Okay, been enough time with that. Let's look at the senior squad instead. So we do pay our players up here, and I'm not really fond of the option to pay them anything if they don't do well. That said, the base wage of the squad went down, well, it sank like a rock. If you look at this plot, we're stuck paying some players money that we cannot get rid of. Well, the wages. But otherwise, we barely pay any money anymore. So this is very good to a degree, and very bad to another. All of these loanees, they don't earn anything, at least not paid by us. On the other hand, there's people like Carrier, for example. Now, Carrier's still on €190 a week. And, well, most likely extending his contract in the future, he will not get paid an additional €190 just due to contract circumstances. The board decided not to pay players anymore, other than on non-contracts. It's not like I have a choice. There is a match on Sunday here, though. Yeah, why not? Let's do it like this. It's not really what we're going for, but the set piece routines as well as bonding, that's totally fine. Dynamics are not perfect. The overall training does include tactical familiarity a little bit. So we need that. We don't need it much, but we need it. That's the most important one. So now we'll play... That's really weird. We'll play a friendly versus Sarawak at the 21st of April, as well as at the 8th of May, which is great. And every single time we have a week off, and the players are not perfectly sharp. Somebody's got to remind me that we need to play our local rival again. There's no traveling time involved or anything. It's just within our own stadium that is used by both clubs. But it nets a 10k every single time. And we need that money. So I guess in real life, people would exploit that, right? So it makes some sense to do it over here too, in Football Manager. So let's play Sarawak every single time we can. And once we surpass, I don't know, 100k, 150k or something, maybe we can actually start offering contracts to the players again. That or the expectations will be raised. We are expected to sign players with contracts that we cannot give them, to have good performances in the league, that get us promoted to the first league, that we cannot do, and then we get fired. But at least then we will leave the club with some money that somebody else can waste. So why not do that? Diego Baggio test. Probably not pronounced that way. His name's Test. Yeah, he's, well... Let's see. Currently working player. Well, I don't know. But thank you very much for calling. So, having a bunch of friendlies. I'm very open to questions, suggestions, whatever, but you're welcome to lurk. That's fine too. I'm still pretty annoyed by the fact that I missed registration for the under 21s and under 19s. Alright, he trains with us, that's true. So, the board performance review. Let's enjoy this while it lasts. Let's have a look at this, actually. So, considering vision and culture, well, there's not much to say, really. Attempt to avoid relegation, it says. We are in first spot right now, so I guess it's not settled yet. But it feels like Darmstadt at some point in Germany, winning the first 4 games and, well, being in pole position. And then the reality set in and they still got relegated, if I'm not mistaken. Or pretty close. That's been a few years ago, though. So, growing the club's reputation, well, yeah, not much to do there. Wage budget, we are well on the way. And, well, spending additional money on the players, I would happily do that if there were any players willing to sign for us that were of any quality. Match performances overall. Here we are. That's, for some reason, that's pretty good recently. Given that we devastated basically every single opponent. This one was done in extra time. So that was a hard one versus YPM. We defeated Melaka. That wasn't an easy one. Quite contrary to how it looks. But afterwards, the stats clearly say we were fine, but I don't know. I guess I'm not that confident just yet. And this is the best match we ever played. I did not expect this. In particular, I didn't expect a comeback like this. So that's pretty huge. Yeah. This will probably not last going forward, and if it does, we will get promoted, that's for sure. Transfer activity. Well, to be honest, I'm not so sure about the transfer activity in general. The board should be pretty happy given that we made some money. I'm not that happy with selling the players in hindsight. I probably should have listened to the odd person here and there, in particular to Mies, not selling Willy. We should have kept Willy. He's way better than the other strikers that we have right now. So, tactical feedback by the board. I like the high quality level of passing. That's not true, we just do short passing. Positive results, well, yes. Entertaining football, well, chances created are really just a thing due to counter-attacking or due to attacking football. Many goals being scored, that's a consequence of high expected goals, I guess. And a strong defensive record, I'd argue this is randomness, really. It's not like we focus on that. This is one of those screens that I should look at much more. So, that's really funny. There is B- grade, for example, for Hussein right now. Which is fine, and that's probably one of the best ratings in here. Nobody's on an A rating. So this is a team effort. For some reason we have reasonable results in the team. But, well, some of them barely played. So I guess there's no rating to be had there for that reason. Let's not look at the supporters again. Just went in detail over that. Cool, dynamics. So, barely anything changed. Chuchu is vice captain, Ankun is captain. Not very fond of the choices here. And the overall composition of the squad, this is no good. Usually I would like to trim some additional players down here. I just don't know who. So they will need to play through the season and hopefully get some leadership credentials. That would be great. Well, we were scouting the entirety of their squad, so that's just a report here. No report and mix available. And this focus can go on, yes. There's one recommendation in here, let's have a look at him. Yet another poacher. Well. Oh, he's on loan from Cushing. Yeah, that makes sense. So, as a Cushing player, we would be able to sign him. Potentially. Not really looking to sign an additional poacher right now, though. Well, we could set Charlie just for funsies. Let's try Hasenan versus Sad Charlie, for example. So there's an argument to be made here. Maybe he's a little bit better in some of the areas. It's really a comparison of poacher to poacher, though. And we can do the same with Rachili, obviously. Name is Rachili, right? Yeah, I finally learned some of the names of my own squad. Very similar situation. So Sachali is probably the better one. Rachili is pretty fast, though. That's his major contribution to the squad anyway. And well, it's in decline, so good luck with that. I'm not that happy with the training team yet. So we will pester the board again about adding coaches, set piece coaches, and all of that stuff. Same for the under 21s and the under 19s. We do not need an additional performance analyst, I don't think so. But I want an additional coach here. And well, scouting staff, don't really need that. I need a sports scientist. I want to know about recurring injuries. That'll not happen, but we'll try it anyway. And to be fair, there's money to be had now. 70k in the black. That's not bad. Well, it's in the white. At least in Football Manager it is in white. Still, financially speaking, we're doing pretty well. I guess I shouldn't be too restrictive with that. It might go bad. So now I spent 40-something minutes on basically one day. But this is how it goes sometimes in off-season. You take your time to look at this or that. And I think it has been long overdue. Like, I do not... It doesn't feel like we wasted that much time, to be honest. So we'll put this on overall no match. Put this one out of here. Where the hell is the... There we go. This training, and there will be an additional match afterwards. Here, let's have a look. That will be the match in the Shupi Piala FA second round. So what we'll do is we will focus not on attribute development here, we will focus on match preparation. So probably some additional community outreach, for example. And set pieces. We'll do penalties here and maybe additional set piece routines here. Why not? Just to be sure that they are extra prepared for the fixture that comes afterwards. Might go down to penalties. We are really bad at penalties. Sorry, just me trying to find water. So, yeah. For penalties, we should need to be extra prepared. Go forward. That said, I do not expect us to make it very far in the cup. Despite being able to defeat number 1 in the first league, this will not last. I know I'm very negative about this kind of stuff, but it's just not a thing. This club is not... We're not big enough to cope with this on a persistent basis. There is no hierarchy that I am very fond of within the team. The quality of the player base is pretty bad. we set it up in a way that copes with most of the bad stuff, but also there's barely any development in any of the players. And looking at this, well, things do not get much better. On the other hand, that's more or less fine. What do you expect, right? And we do not exactly grind them to the bone, I think. Individual training looks pretty decent on some of the players, but it's concerning that's mostly players that we got in on loan, though. So, Bauru, Harsi, and Marcin. Yeah, well, great. That's all loanees from Kushing. But overall, given that they play, most of them, this is alrightish. I'd rather have more in the green, obviously. So, what we could do, for example, is we could put this on double intensity here and just train them pretty hard. But the physio recommends to train some of them on half intensity anyway. Why is that? Don't know. I think we'll leave it at medium. On the other hand, we're in off season right now. You know what? We'll do it like this. Put some additional training work in them and just not play them much. Like, we will rotate anyway, so put them to 45 minutes on the pitch and then switch the entire squad. Most of these players here are happy, with the exception of Asmi. Want to put an emphasis on Thomas. So, in case you didn't watch it recently, Thomas's performances have been pretty great. Well, not in a friendly against Sarawak and not against Johor DT, but prior to that, he was pretty good. He scored or had an assist in each of these matches. Not in a match against Manyung. But the overall form, 7 point something, that's pretty good. His training rating declined a little bit, due to the last matches, I guess. But overall, I'm pretty happy with him. That said, we still need a target forward. Holy hell. Again, we don't get one of those. So, we need a sports scientist. We don't even get to debate this. You know, we can afford all of these chairs and stuff, but apparently we cannot afford a sports scientist. We get an additional coach, though, for the under-21s. Great. That's just what we didn't need. We need one for the first team. Well, senior squad. So, under-21s coaches. They're... I guess we can focus on something in particular. So, what do we need? I guess no technical possession training. But otherwise, we'll just sign some random guy that can do one category pretty good. That's it. So that, I don't know, Chirinullet can get off the tactical possession training or something. Okay, stuff. We are looking for a coach. For the reserves, yeah, that's true. Great. There's barely anyone that would be willing to come doing the under-21s job anyway. Alright. So let's have a look at those. Okay. So these down here are pretty bad. There might be a good sample of mental attributes in one of them. But I would argue we need at least 30 there. This one's really bad on the mental side. So despite being somewhat acceptable with his coaching attributes, otherwise he's not. Yeah, we're basically going for this one, right? He can do... Let's have a look at this. That would be tactical possession. What are we looking for in the under-21s? We're looking for training coaches. Tactical possession, well, what a coincidence. I didn't plan this. This is just random. Okay, so that's 21 plus 5, 27. That's not fantastic, but it is okay. And tactical possession training on him, that's probably 2-star potential on this coach. Next question. He would be willing to work with the under-21s. So, given that, we should probably look at the staff window here. Yeah, clearly says we can have a coach here. Okay. So, given that, what do we pay the rest of the under-21s coaches? He gets 80 euros a week. Alright. So, let's see. Now we will find out that he wants 300 euros. He doesn't. He wants to be under-19 coach, though. Well, sir, I have news for you. You can be in the under-21s. And we will try to go with 70 here. Okay. If this is close to signing a contract, gamble it, not gamble it, we'll gamble it. Of course we will. Saved 5 euros. Alright. That's not bad. Is there anyone available in the under-19s too? No. Well, there's a slot for the manager. I guess we could try to find a manager too. Is there anyone willing to come and work as a manager? Thought so. Nobody wants to do management of the under-19s or under-21s. Yeah. Also none of our own stuff. Cool. That's no good. So, I guess we need to find somebody and throw money at them. We could ask the coaches, actually. It really doesn't matter anymore. I would be willing to pay anyone to do the under-21s. Wrong menu. So let's have a look at that again. Maybe we can just bribe someone. In Germany, there's this word for that, Schmerzensgeld. You know, if you pay somebody, it says personal injury compensation. Google Translate. So there's that. So if we force him to do management of the under-19s or under-21s, for example, we just pay him additional money. So he does that. Maybe not the worst idea. That said, we shouldn't give him much of a choice. Also, as a manager, he's probably trash. Yeah, he is. But I'd still rather have him in a team and do something than not working for us at all, and this is the slot we have available to us. So let's try that. Let's try. We are looking for an under-19s manager, and I'm very happy to offer you 100 euros a week for that. Please work for us. This is not negotiable. I didn't expect it to work. No. Ah, holy shit. Okay. So, that did the job. He has decent mentals at least. We still need a manager for the under-21s. So let's sign a random guy to do that. We'll do the same here. Put it on 100 euros. Here you go, sir. Career change. I cannot believe this works. Alright. So there's that. We do have a slot available on the senior squad, don't we? No, we don't. We signed a bunch of coaches. Yeah, but we do not have an assistant manager, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't this something? Sure, Nullet does this. Never mind. I'm wrong. Okay. Huh. So, this will process and I will switch the water bottle and be back in a minute. Well, Mr. Christie Chaya Salon just got an offer by other clubs. Notably Marshan as well as Makaris? Not sure how this is pronounced. Well, he's willing to discuss with them, but he's happy to stay put now. So I guess we offer him an additional contract, given that we want to keep him. He's in physical decline, but the rest of his attributes moves up. Sure, that makes sense. Attribute points need to be redistributed. We play him as a winger right now. He's not very good at it anymore. Well, in particular on the pace-wise. That's in decline. But, have a look at his form. Well, yeah, the last match was bad. Against Sarawak. Well, that doesn't matter much. Just friendly. So what are we willing to pay him? Well, basically anything, really. He wants to be a regular starter? We agreed for squad player. I think there's an additional player out there that wants to start, and we even have Mohammad in the end. So let's try French player. That's probably a bit much. No, it isn't. He's fine with it. Okay. Cool. That's basically the same amount of money. So we'll take that. Well, let's haggle a little bit, won't we? He just wants a goal bonus. You know, you get an assist bonus too, no problem. Alright, that works. And apparently the assist bonus is not important to him. No, it isn't. So let's try to get rid of some of these too. Yeah, he doesn't care. At all. Now he does. Alright, so that's still less than we pay for him right now. In case he accepts it. Yeah. Currently, at the age of 37, you probably have the money in the bank as a footballer. So he doesn't care much. There is a youngster that will join the club. Sure. We just did that right on the stream. So we'll have him on the under-21s, and there should be an additional one. Yeah, he can join on trial. Same with this guy. So that's 2 future left backs. Might not have the potential to play in actual left back position. But I don't know. They were 1.5 star or something. So given that the player base available to us is pretty slim, we just need to sign anyone and hope that they can make an impact. And basically make the best out of it. And the under-21 squad can do with some additional players, in particular if they play for free. We also just improved the coaching there, so whatever. Maybe we get into a state where we can actually develop players that are acceptable for our league level. I know that this is not easy, and in comparison to, I don't know, Man City facilities or something, we are pretty bad. We will not be, for the German comparison, SC Freiburg anytime soon, with a youth academy that is pretty renowned throughout the entirety of Europe. Or I guess Stuttgart also is pretty famous for having a good amount of young players. Usually they don't make it in Stuttgart. They make it somewhere else. Sadly. But maybe we can get to a similar level down here for our level. This looks great. Also, he has no transfer interest whatsoever and he's 33, but still. Star rating says he's fine. Well, I'm not sure. We did scout the entirety of their team. It should be finished at some point. What's with the assignments? Shouldn't there be scout priorities? Here it is. Yeah, there's still a few players to be scouted here. Who are you? I think that's part of the released players, if I'm not mistaken. So, these are league opponents that we have no idea about right now. They got promoted. And the rest of them are young players that might just be desperate enough to move over at some point. That were released in the League Super or somewhere else. Okay, so there's that. Fine, let's move forward to the friendly. And there we will look at sharpness. Yeah, just play whomever. It feels like I forgot something. Not sure what though. Really hopeful with the coaching too. It will not have a major impact, but it's all of these little things that help. So, given away the management of the team to two guys that have no idea what to do with it, that probably won't have much of a positive impact. But the rest of the staff can concentrate on their thing, so that's not bad. Also, most likely we're set up for a higher player base, like in terms of player count. So it might have a positive impact on the coaching team just because workload is pretty low on everyone in the coaching team. So we'll do that. And well, higher quality coaching is always a good idea. So being able to sign additional coaches to develop players in specific areas, why not? And if it is possession based, given that I think it was tactical possession training that we sent a coach for in under 21s, if this is the way we do things, well, maybe development is good there and we can change the tactic in accordance at some point. I wouldn't say I'm convinced that this will happen, though. It's just a minor nudge. And we'll see how it turns out. If I had the choice, I would obviously take the coach for the first team. And not for the under-21s. But what can you do? Mr. Johadi signed a new contract with us. This is great. Also, he doesn't get paid anymore. And we should probably set up training for him, come to think of it. This might be a result of him being played in attacking midfielder position. This is a bug that has been in the Football Manager since forever. Once the player gets played in a position that he doesn't train in, he just forgets his training at some point. I have no idea why this happens. It's some weird thing. So you need to check this every single time. And I don't know, it just needs to get resolved, but it doesn't happen. I don't even want to know how this is coded in the game. There's so many league matches in the under-19s and under-21s, and I just forgot to register the players. That's so stupid of me. But I just didn't know that we need to do this. And there was no mail whatsoever, no pop-up. Physiotherapy, well, there's physios with 8 points of physiotherapy. So all of a sudden, I'm pretty convinced that we can sign one of those. Not bad. There's barely a difference between any of those. Might as well go with the first one. Let's have a look. It's one of them particularly young. I'd rather go with the young ones. So, yeah. We'll sign the youngest one. Or maybe we go by determination. Jennifer's pretty young too, right? Let's bring Jennifer to the club. He has, she has. Good level of discipline, determination, and adaptability. So it doesn't matter much, but I think these attributes are somewhat related to development. If I'm not mistaken. She wants to be head physio. We will offer her 70 euros. And hopefully we can settle for 75. She says we're close to reaching. Yeah, we will settle for 75, won't we? Welcome to the club, Jenny. You are the future boss of whatever his name is. We even have a doctor. The future boss of Carlvin Sakave Gary. Also, nobody tell me that there's no females in football clubs. Apparently, we have a head physio now. Granted, that's probably the most likely role that will exist in real life too. Physiotherapists being females. I think Union Berlin have an assistant manager these days. That is a female, and it has been, I wouldn't call it a big hype, but it has been something in the media landscape. So maybe we can make that a normal thing at some point. The other female does coaching of a males football club too. It's somehow a self-fulfilling prophecy, because the level of play for males is just I guess higher in a way, given the amount of money that's put into it. And then in the end, obviously, those males make, I guess the premise is they might be the better coaches later on, in comparison to females that played on top level too. But hopefully we can get some sort of normality there, with females being head coaches too. There's a bunch of players that do not want to focus on earning money anymore. Well, it was all under 21s and under 19s anyway, so that will not make much of an impact. Still, better to get rid of them. The wages, not the players. Let's have a look, actually. Did this make an impact on the wage budget? Barely. I don't think it did. They were youngsters and stuff, so. Alright, the under-21s coach is here. We can probably praise Baru for the training. He doesn't care. Who the hell are you? This is a goalkeeper. Well, at the age of 23, I expect more. Let's put it that way. Under-21s coaching. Yeah, the Amat guy trains pretty well, that's true. And on the under-19s, this is the same as always. I really appreciate that. We do focus on Shadow Striker right now. We have 6 points of jumping reach. That's probably target forward level in Malaysia is what I'm going for. I was willing to say Indonesia. Man, I'm confused. Nah, but this is... He's no good at this. Strength is 2. So we still focus on being Shadow Striker. I really miss Isha, in a way. If you saw last year's, I guess last installment's Football Manager episodes, we had a Shadow Striker with 14 points of jumping reach. That was great. In particular in Indonesia. It was really great. In case there was no other solution, just put the 2 bulls on the pitch. And then they will muscle through to a goal at some point. Also, pretty technically gifted. Sadly, personality wasn't that great and he was very inconsistent, but for some random good results, Bayern Isha was always good. I'm still toying with the idea of doing that save in FM24 in the future. Not abandoning this one, obviously. So this is the on-stream save. But I'm still toying with the idea of continuing the Indonesian one. Just to see what happens with the players. But then I would need to import this to FM24, and I have no idea how to do this with the face pack and stuff, so I need to figure that out. There will be a bit of work involved. These 2 belong in the under-21s. We signed him for there. This test guy can also be on the bench for test. At least that's what I'm hoping for. There you go. Well, he doesn't know how to play a pass. Work rate's good. That's a box-to-box midfielder, isn't it? Pretty good. He even brings some long shots. Now, if only we had a box-to-box midfielder in our setup. So obviously I could change that. His mentals are a bit off though. He's more of an attacking-minded player. Oh, I have a bad idea. A really bad one. Yeah, he's got it all. I will tell you after the friendly. I think I'll sign this guy. Maybe I'll tell you now. I think I'll sign this guy. And we'll make him the target forward. He's 1m83. His jumping reach was a little bit lower than 10, but not much. His strength was 5, which is not great. But it's better than most of what's available to us. So I'm actually considering retraining him. He's 24 years old. That would be something. And then we can resolve the not Shadow Striker, but the striker problem. Well, I guess the striker thing for the future if he wants to stay and play as a striker. He also had some vision and some decent passing, so being paired with a shadow striker for him is not a bad idea. And his emphasis was on off-the-ball movement and, well, attacking attributes, not so much on the defensive side. So, despite being a midfielder, he was more of an attacking player. I guess the joke basically writes itself. I guess we can test playing him as a striker, given that he's named Test. Sorry, not sorry. So, I'm willing to do that. Also, to continue the theme of some random nonsense, I did change the channel rules. It doesn't include much. No, but apparently there is some sort of channel rule set on Twitch that you can set up for your own channel, like, you know, mod stuff. And I included a clause for all of the digital marketing people. So, yeah. It now says in the channel rules that if you promote digital marketing or digital art or stuff, you will get banned. I did that anyway, but, you know, now these people will get banned immediately. At least that's that's a prospect. Not sure. We should just ban the phrase digital artist in general. Maybe that's the way to do things. Okay, recommend a signing, please. Fuck off! Come on! We just lost Chaya Celan. I hate it. So much for having a 37-year-old. He decided he wants to play... Well, I guess that's just the way it is in real life, right? He decided he wants to play in a lower league instead. Okay, we didn't lose him yet, but he will be gone with the start of the transfer window. So sorry for misphrasing that. That's a non-league team. 4th division. Well, 3rd division. Strictly speaking. Fairly ambitious is probably a good personality to have around. He's fickle. He's fairly loyal, I like that. That said, his scouting ability is pretty bad. He's way better. So we'll try him as a chief scout. There's no scouts available that bring additional knowledge. So we'll try him as a chief scout. And there has been a backlog of to-dos. He wants 140 euros. Let's stall that for a second. What's with the other guy? Say we sign one with 2-2. He wants 130. Okay. So not much of a difference. Alright. I guess we make him chief scout. Yeah, I think this is reasonable too. Let's settle for 110, won't we? Yeah, we will. There you go. Have your 110 euros. Welcome to the club, Jenny. So, apparently we get additional stuff once we're in the off-season. Hi, Jenny, and hello, Mies. We have a head physio now. So, in case you want to have a female boss, feel free to rename the the physio. There she is. Maybe she can recommend a signing too. Don't think so though. So, I think the coach for the under-21s should have arrived though. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, it clearly says here. He's already 2.5-star category. This is not bad. Not bad at all. That's his 7-7 category. Yeah, sure. We'll take him off that job. I cannot believe it. So now we have 1.5-star coaching for strength and quickness coaching. That's great. Also, this is the wrong coach I was going on about right now. E? Is this her last name? Really? Well, apparently yes it is. Jennifer E. Siu Ling. So, the full last name I guess is E. Siu Ling. That said, maybe we should ask a local about naming conventions in Malaysia. This sounds, well, I guess that's probably a bad way to phrase it. Don't want to be racist or something, but it sounds Asian to me. Duh. so yeah, as a foreigner, I have no idea about the naming rules there. I had how do I put this without exposing anything? I had a talk with a person from India at some point, and got explained like the naming convention with all the religious stuff in there. There's some sort of role-based system for the names here. So this stuff happens too, in India at least. So I'm entirely out of my scope of knowledge there. I have no idea how these are set up. Alright, where were we? Under 21's coaches. Is there anything else to do here? So, Sharon Nullet is not needed anymore. This is the new one, I think. Yeah, this is the new one. So, given that Sharon Nullet is not needed anymore as an assistant manager, we might take him off this assignment. Doesn't make a difference though. There's others though. The under 21's manager is available. He's trash in anything. So let's take him out here just for a second. That sounded wrong. Sharon Nullet is not needed here anymore. What did we do with the under 21's manager? His best coaching category is 4-star. So let's put him here. That'll help. And not 4-star, obviously. 4 points. So technical defending is fine for him. And this is good for Cheryl Nullet too. Apparently Cheryl Nullet has no idea what he's doing, by the way. It's sad that he's not around right now, but apparently Cheryl Nullet is one of the worst coaches we have. Apparently, yes. I didn't know about that, but apparently they do that. So our under 21's coaching is, for our level, this is pretty great now. I have no idea. I did set this up. I don't know why this is a thing. I'd rather have the under 21 coaches in the senior squad, to be honest. But apparently in the senior squad... What? The under 21's coaches also do the senior squad for some reason? Well, it should. But there's barely any players. As you can see, none of them... Well, one of them has average workload, so... Whatever. That's not much of a thing. But what's going on here? The under 21's coaches also do the senior squad? What's with the under 19s? So obviously this is rubbish. I will need to go through all of this. This is chaos. Pure utter chaos. I have no idea what's going on there. It might be a bug. So I guess I will reflect on that during the bathroom break. And then we will go back and do the coaching. Because apparently it's all jumbled up. And everyone trains everything. We might just have decent coaching with this club. I just need to set it up. BRB. Okay, let's focus on the priorities. So, we need to look into the entirety of the coaching stuff. Cool. First I need chocolate. That's how it works, right? Food for thought or something like that. That's probably not the intent of food for thought. Anyway, okay, so we'll do it in inverse order, why not? Let's have a look at the under-19s coaching. So there's a bunch of them. Nils Ramang is absolutely incapable of doing anything, just putting that out there. Apparently he has set-piece coaching, yeah. But overall, I do not think our own character should do any particular category. We might put him on set-piece coaching only. That gets it to 1.5 star, so apparently he should do one category. Okay, so we'll do that. This is the best we can have, probably, with set-piece coaching anyway. He's better. Still, we might need him somewhere else. So we'll find out about that later, I guess. Let's remove all of it. Okay. So best categories. The goalkeeping coach should probably do goalkeeping coaching. That's not much of a stretch. Is there anyone else that is capable of doing goalkeeping coaching? All of these are rubbish. So might as well let him have the second category. The others would be able to do 1.5 star coaching. Some of them at least. So we'll go with that. Maybe. Let's see. Then there's an under-21s manager that is barely capable of doing anything. His mentals are somewhat alright though. So he'll probably be pretty flexible. This guy's pretty focused. The under-19s manager apparently, yeah, in the under-19s, the under-19s manager helps too. So that makes sense. It's really just the under-21 stuff that appears everywhere. The under-21s coaches. Not sure what's going on there. 2 stars. Not bad. He would also be pretty capable of doing that on the defensive side, given that we have a bunch of other people here. It's the same, more or less. So, he can do the technical possession, and we will do technical defending with the other one. Might be taught by Chris Kringle, though. So Chris Kringle can do that, why not? Then we have this. This is probably best category for him. So why not? And given that Johari, that's really just down to the mentals, isn't it? Yeah. So he's pretty good with that. Goalkeeping coach would probably not do anything here. So up here, the under-19 staff and the under-21s manager need a job. Strength training, is any one of those capable of doing fitness training? None whatsoever. That said him. Mohammad. He's capable of providing fitness training if we want him to a degree. And we can put somebody else in here. Like, for example, Mr. whatever that name is. Sorry, sir. Okay. So let's have that. Then I will set myself to set piece training. 1.5-star fitness training is still better than nothing. And then we'll get into problems with the training categories here. Who doesn't have a job yet? You all are busy with the exception of him. That's a 1-star territory for him. Can he do 1.5 stars somewhere? Yes. You can't do anything else there. That's 5-4, that's not bad for him. Because his defending coaching is pretty good too. Like this. Not perfect, but it would work. It's not that bad. Now we just need somebody to do the handling. I guess that's him. So goalkeeping coaching's pretty bad down here. Not really a fan. But overall, that's 1.5 star on most of the categories, with the exception of the goalkeeping. And 2 stars in some areas. So that's the under-19s. We'll keep it like this for now. Let's do the same with the under-21s. I won't change that much, will I? Well, yes, I will. I will take myself off this all of this crap here. Focus on set pieces. Take that out. That's pretty good. In particular, this category is pretty good. That's not too bad either. Okay. And now, most importantly, senior squad. Where is it here? So let's have a look at this too. I forgot about the chocolate. Results are probably not as expected. So we can take him off. That's not his best category though. This is. This doesn't matter anymore. Can put him in here, why not? So goalkeeping coach just focuses on one though. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Because apparently Mr. Gopal Mohan does not suffer from a decline in fitness coaching if he does additional goalkeeping coaching, which he's as capable as the goalkeeping coach, so that doesn't say much there. He would be better. We'll keep it like this. He has 4 points of goalkeeping coaching. So maybe he makes it to 5. I don't know. Alright. So Not sure about the workload though. Now there's not 2 coaches in every category. In case workload goes up too much, I will just put our own character in all of the categories again. So there's that. Now hopefully the coaching issues get resolved, more or less. That might even resolve the issue with the individuals not being happy with their training. Where is it? Here. Yeah, it doesn't say here, but they're probably fine with it now. Yeah, team selection. Alright. So we lost Chaya Salan as well as Safri. Not good. Alright. Aris needs time on the pitch. That's fine. Ismavi doesn't. Let's throw him out of the squad. Grandpa goes to League 4. That happened like 5 minutes prior to you joining the stream. He's in decline on the physical side and develops pretty well, and he decided, despite being offered another contract by us too, that he wants to go to Mashan. No additional information. I have no idea. Maybe we should have offered him more playing time. I tried to sign him as a fringe player, but what can you do? Too late now. So all of these need time on the pitch. Also, let's have a look at this guy again. Not sure about the traits yet. So, the other 2 prefer to lurk. Don't want to put that on them. But Mies, do you have an opinion on this guy? He's one of the doubtful ones, I think. Yeah, I thought so too. But his name's Test. What can you do? I'm not sure if you were around when I mentioned this. Well, his name's not Roberto though. His name's Diego Baggio Anak Test. So there might just happen to be a real person in real life that has this name. Don't want to Google it right now. What do you think of the guy? Keep in mind, we do not play with a central midfielder. I will probably not change the tactic all of a sudden. The most important things, obviously. Still remember Arianto winning the prize for the best haircut. If you recall that. Back with PSIS. Well, I was thinking he's 1m83 and has 8 points of jumping reach. His heading's shit, but he's technically somewhat gifted. So you can probably see where this is going. Not sure about it yet. He has a decent long shot though. His attacking attributes are not that horrible. He has decent work rate. I guess that could be a thing, couldn't it? Split Biffus has not been around in ages, but otherwise he would probably protest you to 3 points of finishing, but whatever. So, this test guy might just be somebody that I'm willing to sign for absurd reasons. Because obviously being number 1 in the league, yeah, that's just a perfect time to fuck things up. Yeah, but as I said, I'm not looking to... I'm probably not looking to play him as a central midfielder. Maybe, just maybe, I'll use him somewhere else. Okay. We need a central defender. Preferably one that needs sharpness. For example, Kalahara-san, why not? You need sharpness, you get into the squad. Not bad. Also, let's not focus on Chaya Selan and Safri. Well, on the other hand, they still play for a month for us. So, might as well keep them. Alrighty. Do we want to bring along Dicky? Why not? Let's bring along Dicky. Give him 5 minutes on the pitch or something. 10 days to 3 weeks, yeah, that's perfect. He can probably go. This is a friendly. I don't want to bother. So, this is just wrong. Let's try to keep Harsey on individual instruction like this. And then we'll just go. Do some attacking. This is a lower league club anyway, so we'll face them with some patience. And try to put 25 shots on them or something. Okay, he has a chance to do something special, well in that case. None of these seem to care much. I think we'll be calm about this. Don't wanna overstate the importance of this friendly. Yeah, everybody's fine with this. So now let's see if we earn an additional 500 euros. And, well, given that I just did 1.5 hours of basically non-contract renegotiating, coaching setup, and other stuff that is really interesting, might as well do this friendly. Taib's start was interesting. Alright, not bad. Distribution was a bit lackluster, but otherwise it's fine. There seems to be a lot of space on the wing. Chaya Salan. What do you do with this? Nothing. Killeen? Amran with the cross. Ooh. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Not bad. So, a bit contrary to the rule instructions. That was both on the weaker foot, right? Harsey on his right foot with the pass for Chaya Salan, and he finishes... No, he finishes with the right one. So, that's alright. Still, up by 1 goal immediately. I will probably put this on... It's on key highlights anyway. Okay. Chaya Salan has taken a knock. Yeah, well, great. Doesn't matter much though. He does provide an assist. Well, prior to going off, we'll take him off. Winger. That's the wrong one. I guess it's Choo-Choo time? No, Baru can come on. Come on, Baru. Get out there and do something useful. And hopefully Chaya Salan didn't get hurt too much. Patient passing by their squad. Please don't let them score. Okay, this is all there is to it. Patience, yeah, that's fine. Finding Roslan out on the left wing. So 2-0 after 15 minutes is probably, after 16 minutes, is probably fine for this friendly. Hopefully we continue with the theme of scoring some goals. And if we don't, well, it's just about sharpness anyway. Arce with a free kick, Sophie with a header. Oh, that was close. The defender mistimed his jump in a pretty interesting manner. Arce's corner. It's a penalty. Alright. And Mr. Morris gets a yellow card. Baru with the penalty. Easy. Nice one. And I guess we can start praising now. Hopefully they don't get too complacent from that. But they live up to the expectations we have. So far, no major problems. We did give them 2 shots though. So there's that. Wow. On the right foot. Not bad, Mr. Harsey. Not bad. Didn't expect that. That'll show, Choo-Choo. Keep going it is. Most of them are complacent already. That's no good. So we'll give him another 10 to 15 minutes. And then we will rotate more or less what's available. And given that this is a friendly, we might as well test something, right? For a minute or two at least. Not bad. Roslan, way forward. Doesn't find Taib. Nah. Close him down, or don't. This Morris guy was allowed to play this pass, and that resulted in conceding the goal. So this is about the defensive duties of Harsey, I guess. Harsey should have followed, and he doesn't. Well, he's on attack duty. So either we put him on support duty here, so he follows a little bit more, or we specifically tell him to follow the wingback. On the other hand, this also creates some chances maybe, looking at this. Yeah, not bad. So in aggregate, maybe it's fine considering the goal here and there. Just focusing on the strong side of Harsey in this case. I guess we need to figure that out on a match-by-match basis. Yeah, exactly. But in the end, overall, that's fine. Just look at Roslan's position. But we restricted them to 3 shots. It's not like this is horrible. Sure, we conceded, we gave him a high-quality chance, that's the problem. Okay, everybody's complacent anyway. So let's rotate a little bit. We have no particular priority, I think. Alright. Kalam is the playmaker-ish type, I think. Sulaiman, why not? In fact, I think I want to put Ankun onto the pitch there. And Sulaiman is the more defensively focused one, yes. Then Thomas obviously comes on. As well as Chuchu. Baru is on the pitch already. Given that Hasnan is in perfect condition, I put Mr. Test on a striker onto the pitch as a deep lying forward on support, and I will put Thomas on shadow striker duty. Sure! There you go. Do your job. And in particular him. Yeah, he's confused about the position. Well, I would want him to dribble less and shoot less often, I think. The passing, though, well, he takes more risks anyway. Doesn't need long passes, though. Using midfielder as a striker, why not? He's tall enough. I think he lacks the balance, though, for deep lying forward. On the other hand, he's fast. That's an added bonus, I guess. First of all, though, there's a header by Chuchu, and we scored a fourth. So there's that. The three is still complacent. Some of them would have preferred not to play at all. Some seem calm coming onto the pitch, yeah. Doesn't matter much, it's a friendly anyway. I'm not sure how to cope with this, though, in general. Do we have a replacement for Safri, maybe? Thomas, and there's Test. Ah! Well, that Test didn't exactly fail. He hit the post at least. With 8 points of long shots, he's somewhat threatening still. Kinda weird. Do we have somebody that can play central defender? Just, I guess it's Mavi, right? He's inspired, alright. For make an impact in the friendly is Mavi. You go do that. Oh, Chuchu's hurt. Playing all of these old guys apparently has an impact. Quite literally. Anku, nice ball. Baru. Come on, Baru. With Chuchu missing, I might add. So, good chance. Expected goals is definitely fine. I do not like the fact that we conceded one, but otherwise this is okay. For friendly, this is alright. Let's put the hands into the pockets, and I'm fine with this. So, more importantly, how much money did we make from this? Barely any. In fact, we lost money throughout the month, just due to wages and stuff. So that's no good, but there will be additional friendlies. This is okay. This is not. We should probably set up a routine for this. Okay. We played against Mix. He pulls his knee ligaments. Well, he's sold anyway. Not sold. He goes away anyway, but this is basically us saying, alright, he will not play for the club anymore. Sad to see him leave, but I guess it's Baru's time. And now we need to think about a replacement. Because, well, he will come back in 2 to 4 weeks. So basically at the start of May. We might play him for... How many matches are there in May? 1, 2, 3, 4. We might play him for 4 matches, or the alternative is probably to bring either King or Mohammad to the first team. He's not registered though. Or is he? No, he's not registered in the first team, right? In the senior squad. Shouldn't there be a registration somewhere around here? I thought there was a I thought there were registration rules. Well, once it comes to it, we will probably promote Mohammad and let him play in the senior squad. He was here anyway. So the entire Chaya Ceylon episode lasted for 3 months, more or less. Yeah. He could have stuck with us for the remainder of his career, but apparently he decided otherwise. Not like we can do much about that. He won't be convinced by money. And well, I cannot guarantee him playing time at the age of 37. Or maybe I could, just don't want to. In particular, given that Baru is around, and Baru's performances have been fine. He's 24. Glorious. Not susceptible to injury either. I think I really want to do this. This will fuck up the entire season. I need to look at this again. So obviously not a target forward. Despite being on the, I guess for Malaysian level, on the stronger side. Yeah, give me a summary, please. Where is he? Oh. There's no progress available here. Okay, so I guess I need to sign him first. What's needed for a deep lying forward? Some balance? Some strength. He's no good at either of these, but neither is the remainder of the league. He's pretty fast. He has good stamina and work rate. Vision, passing, technique, and all of this stuff. Basically, technically, he's okay. In particular for a striker position. For a central midfielder, he's somewhat fine. For a striker position, he's pretty good. Off the ball movement is okay-ish. Anticipation is probably 6 or 7. Decision making could do with some improvement. This will improve as the player matures. I don't think we need much of the acceleration and the pace, but it's an added bonus. His finishing is crap, so that's horrible. That said, given that I intend to play him in a deeper position, his long shots are probably more important than the finishing. His heading's rubbish though, so that's definitely on the experiment side of things. but I think this might do. This is what I do in Malaysia. And everybody will be like, yes, yes, but that's exactly what I'm going for, isn't it? Deep lying forward is a number 10. It's a false number 10. Just like a shadow striker is a false striker. False, I guess a false 9. No, well, it's the other way around, right? Anyway, of the two-man partnership up front, he would be the creative element. That's not a good distinction. And number 10 is Thomas, yes. Exactly. Yeah, but well, in traditional football, number 10 would be the creative element of the squad. Think Messi or something. Or I don't know. Can we come up with somebody that's not capable of doing everything? A classical number 10. Well, a typical number 10 may not be expected to be pretty fast or do the goal scoring or all of that stuff. A typical number 10 usually would do the creative passing, like creating chances, and basically carrying the squad due to creativity. That's how number 10 works, right? Just gotta put that out there in case it's wrong. So that's how I understand number 10. So attacking midfielder, more or less. And number 9 is usually expected to score the goals. So the usual combination is to have the big man up front, number 9, and to have the little man behind him. So target forward here, creative attacking midfielder here, target forward is on attack duty though, and he might be on support duty or whatever, depending on the player setup. But that's the usual combination, and it makes sense. It might also be a poacher up front, come to think of it. So it might be little man, for example, but that's unconventional. It's not the usual setup. The usual setup is big man, little man. And, well, little man is usually the creative one. Now, we're already breaking with that tradition because there is no big man available in our squad. So that's just Malaysia, though. So we're doing little man, with Taib and Hasnan as well as Thomas and whoever plays up front, Rachili. There's also the option to play, well, think Isha. You recall last season, right? Or last installment of Football Manager. Isha being a pretty good jumper and somewhat strong and also technically gifted. Strictly speaking, there's nothing against playing the big man in attacking midfield. That's a bit weird, but he might still do his number 10 stuff if he's pretty strong. So less technically gifted, but more on the physical side. I'm trying to come up with an example here, but I have a hard time with that. But you might remember Sasha Kalajdzic in Stuttgart. So obviously he played there as a striker, but he did contribute a lot in build-up play. And now we're getting into the muddy side of these role definitions. Because back in Sasha's days, he was the one for the long balls. Obviously he did do a lot of finishing too, but he also did do a lot of the ball distribution. And this is not classical number 9 duties anymore. Number 9 duties usually are goal scoring first and foremost. So once the striker contributes to build-up play a lot, Stefan Kiesling also did that at the end of his career in Leverkusen. Due to being capable to spot a pass in something, the role definition gets muddy, right? So it's more of a false striker in that sense if they contribute to these duties too. We can also see this these days in Stuttgart. And the example I think is pretty great, because Seru Girassi as well as name evades me for now, Saloni. Holy fuck. Can't remember the names of the club that I support. Give me a second. I should probably come up with a Dortmund example. Undav. Dennis Undav. Sorry, man. I should probably know that by heart. Anyway, Girassi as well as Undav are false strikers, in a way. They do a lot of number 10 duties. In fact, they focus on that. So, the fact that Girassi scored a ton of goals is in particular impressive, given that he focuses on providing passes to the rest of the squad. It's actually part of his major... It's a major part of his role. He's a deep lying forward in that sense. That makes sense. And Undav in particular, you can clearly see it in his stature and so on. It's not like the guy is not physically capable, but Dennis Undav is 1.79 meters, for example. So he's not the classical big man for sure. He still plays as a striker, but he's one to introduce other players. Now, the combination of a deep lying forward and a shadow striker, and in the case of Stuttgart, shadow striker would be, well, akin to the role of the shadow striker would be everyone in midfield. But you can think of maybe... I guess Enzo Milo, first and foremost, would come to mind in that situation. Because he's an attacking midfielder in the end. But basically everybody in midfield. Well, I guess it's a bad example because he is both. Girassi scores too much to be a typical deep lying forward. That's a problem if you come up with players that do all of it. On that level, it's like talking about Erling Haaland. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, true. But well, you have the time to watch the match against Bayern this evening. So I just want to put out there how much focus there is by Undav as well as Girassi to play passes into the rest of the squad. Let's put it that way. I'm not specifically saying he plays as a deep lying forward only, but it's definitely part of his role as a striker to play into his teammates. Way more than, say, I don't know. Let's use an extreme example. Way more than, for example, Vardy or even Haaland, in a way, who are very, very focused on goal scoring. So the problem with these first league examples is always that they contribute in a variety of ways. That's, I don't know. Back in his prime, Lewandowski always came to mind. But the problem is Lewandowski does it all. Like, he's perfect in all of this, or at least he was. Not sure what's going on with him these days. I don't follow him anymore. But we need to come up with examples that are bad enough to focus on one role only. So that's usually second or third league in Germany. I hope you get the gist. I disagree with that. When's the last time you watched a Stuttgart game? An entire one? And to be fair, Girassi wasn't on the pitch much recently, given that he returned from injury. But sometimes he drops back way into midfield. Quite a lot. Same as Undav, by the way. They are definitely players that drop back way more than you would expect from a poacher or a typical target forward, I think. That, that I agree with. So there's elements to that. I think the two are a bit different in that way too. Because Girassi's passes usually are more for keeping possession, but Undaf drops deeper also further up on the pitch. That sounds weird, but yeah. In Girassi's case, I think say he receives the ball in midfield, straight, at the kickoff spot, but in regular play, he usually plays a possession pass to somebody more creative. But that's due to being pressed a lot, also. If they gave him time on the ball, he would probably try to play more progressive passes. Undaf, on the other hand, seems to be focused on those progressive passes a little bit more, but it might just be player capability or role instructions. It might also be that once both are on the pitch, Undaf is not focused as much with the pressing by the opposition team, just because Girassi takes up all of the aggression, basically. So maybe Undaf just has more time on the ball. I'm hard pressed to determine what's cause and consequence there. I guess it comes on a situational assessment, I think. So you'd need to watch on a case-by-case basis what happens there, and obviously there's mistakes in there too, and all of that stuff. So it's really hard to determine. On the other hand, Stuttgart, for example, definitely do not have a specific shadow striker, for sure. Like both Undaf as well as Girassi are much more. Yeah, but a complete forward is for this debate is useless, because a complete forward does it all, right? So obviously that's the highest level of skill you can get. Yeah. Still, I guess I agree with you. But a complete forward has elements of a deep lying forward in his play, is all I'm trying to say. I hope that makes sense. I'm trying to come up with an example that is really a deep lying forward and nothing else. And these are really hard to get. Because just due to the nature of being a forward, sometimes they score, and if they have a good run on the with the goal scoring, like, I don't know. I'm trying to come up with an example. So, for example, Chris Führig, that's obviously not a deep lying forward, and he never was. But he always played on the wing. Back in his time in Paderborn, though, in the season prior to joining Stuttgart, he did have a lot of finishing going on there. And we saw that in his playing style back when he joined Stuttgart, prior to being a good player that was recognized as being top. In fact, the Stuttgart fans were not that happy with him in particular. He focused a lot on his goal scoring, and back in Paderborn he was fantastic with that. He'd scored a ton. But in the first league, for some reason, he didn't hit the back of the net anymore. Yeah, but that's muddy already. Because Griezmann is a former wing player, isn't he? I'm not in the thick of it here. I'm not that qualified to just say anything about him anymore. It's been a while since I had a look at him. Griezmann. It says he's a striker. Yeah, that's true. He did play on the left though, and in shadow striker position. So I guess it's part of a natural progression too. That makes it even more complicated. Once a player loses his pace, or some of it, being more capable of playing in like from the vision perspective. Yeah. Yep. Well, according to Transfermarkt, at least you're right. So, sure. But I guess that's part of a natural progression. Once you are capable of seeing all of that stuff on the pitch, a more creative role makes sense, right? You're basically focused on the creativity in these kinds of players, just due to their experience. Max Kruse, for example, that never was a target forward, and neither was he a wing player. He was a good finisher overall, but he was also always a good creative outlet for the squad, wherever he played. So, you might argue Kruse had elements of a deep lying forward. Then again, the level of play he was on, well, that's also akin to complete forward. So, it's really hard to determine. Now, what am I going for? Anyway, I think Thomas's primary contribution to the squad is not in creativity. He does have vision, but his technical skills are rubbish, in particular the passing. He could do the goal scoring though. And, you know, I just love shadow strikers. So there's that. Would I want to focus on that right now? Not sure. That said, if we can put him in deep lying forward position, I don't know. Maybe we do that at the end of May. We cannot train him for that role though prior to that. But he's got good quality. So, I don't know. Whatever happens, I would be interested in signing this player just for the pure quality. Who knows, we might lose the playmaker and forget about all of this. He wants to be star player. Yeah, I guess that's true. We have the money to spare too. So why not? Let's make it important player instead. Come on, man. Okay, he wants to be star player under any circumstance. Easy. Yeah, we'll do that. That's youngsters. Doesn't matter. I don't want to subtract too much from this. I'll just go with it. I want that player, and we will renegotiate his non-contract immediately afterwards, so no big deal. And overall, I think the skill set is impressive enough. And given that we play a friendly again against somebody else, I want to find out if there's max experience in this position. If we play the player there. So don't care much about Red Chili right now. Just want to play him here. Where's Thomas? What's the attribute sample for deep lying forward anyway? I want to look at that again. So DLF needs balance, strength, all of the attacking attributes, teamwork, vision. And passing as well as some finishing. Doesn't even rely on dribbling, which makes sense. They don't dribble much. Well, they don't need to. So it's balance and strength. He has balance and strength. Attacking attributes, he's not perfect with those, but it's not that far off. Teamwork and vision are somewhat fine. Work rate is not relevant, but probably doesn't hurt. Finishing free, but it's not, well, it is in the attribute sample. My argument basically goes, he's more akin to knocking off long shots in that role anyway. And passing and technique are fine. I think that's a thing. We can at least try it. So, I guess I will be known for trying absurd things on stream. On the other hand, other streamers play with positions all over the place and do not rely on anything there, so whatever. We'll put him on Shadow Striker duty now. There you go. Which also means Harsey can... Well, let's keep it like this. So this is yet another no-brainer friendly. Anyone under heavy match load? Not really. So let's focus on those that need sharpness. You can go off. Same as Baru, and I guess Thomas is fine too, but I want to play him. Let's play Taib instead, whatever. Is he even capable of doing that? Well, who knows. Okay, a winger on the right. Well, I guess we could play Baru, but I think we'll take one from the under-21s here. Anyone's got a preference? Is it King or is it Muhammad? I guess it's Muhammad. We never played King there, did we? Central defender, yeah. Carry is available too. He's on the light load, so we will definitely play him. That's the wrong role though. Where did I put him? Oh, I threw him out of the squad. Yeah, that makes sense. There you go. Safri, Kalaharasan, Mokhtar is available. I guess we play as Mavi, if I can find him. Is Mavi? There you go. Number 15. Yeah, okay. So much for the senior squad right now. That's really weird, because the central defenders are in perfect sharpness, but there's just nobody else available. Obviously we could play Mokhtar, but I'd rather not. So we'll bring along Safri as well as Kalaharasan again. And then there's Baru left. Why not? Should probably focus on those with light match load, but whatever. We'll go through it like this. Okay. So we'll just proceed to match. He's being played out of position and he doesn't like it. Welcome to the club, sir. This is just how it works here. To be fair, his ability to play in other positions is questionable most likely, given that he plays one position only. So maybe that's a really bad idea on my side. This is a friendly. Let's try something. Let's try to raise expectations. He's entirely confused. Okay. I want to have a look at some scenes, just to see how this works. Well, for now it doesn't work at all, currently. Other than Harsey hurting himself. Seriously, man, why? Interesting. Some players apparently are being played out of position. Really? Tape's run with the ball is pretty great. Sophie? Yeah, we take that. That's fine. First shot, by the way. So, apparently the attacking focus doesn't really work here. By the way, what other football is being played today? I'm missing out on the second league stuff. Right now. Apparently St. Pauli need to win against VNV Spartan today. Karlsruhe are in lead in Elversberg, as well as Braunschweig and Lautern are on a draw right now. 1-1. But later today, 15:30, there will be Freiburg versus Köln. Well, Cologne. In English, I guess. Leverkusen versus Frankfurt. Hopefully Leverkusen loses that one. Can't see that happening though. But on the other hand, I wouldn't have expected Frankfurt to defeat Bayern 5-1 either. And then there's Bayern Munich versus Stuttgart. Not bad, Mr. Test. Not bad. Okay. Well done by Sophie. Oh, the pass wasn't bad. Well, it was bad enough. I want to have a look at their players too. Just for a sec. We know absolutely nothing about them. Sophie with nice pass. Harsey. That didn't happen. We should probably take off Harsey, given the injury. What's going on with him? Potential foot injury. Great. He's also hampered by injury. So we'll take him off and put on Chuchu. And to be fair, an inverted winger that might knock off a long shot or two, in combination with deep lying forward, is not a bad idea. That's fine too. No problem. We had 3 shots and 2 of them were on target, and both of them were in the back of the net. Clinical finishing, at least in friendlies. On the other hand, we did have a decent run in the league matches too, as well as in the cup competition. So who am I kidding? This is fine. Let's go back to key highlights though. Don't want to waste too much time on friendlies. Well, on the other hand, this entire stream is probably wasting time on friendlies. Might as well be the next one in it, actually. If we don't continue doing this for 8 hours. Which, hopefully we don't. Because at some point I need to have dinner. Not bad, Mr. Test. I think that's something I can get used to on him. This kind of play. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm just a proponent of that kind of football. I don't know. I like that. Is he complacent now? Yeah, he's complacent. Good character. Shit. Carrier for Chuchu. Makes it free. Not bad. So much for that. Alright. I'm happy. And hopefully none of them get complacent. But apparently they are happy with it. Part of the squad starting to get complacent though. For now, let's leave it as it is. Mohammad loses the ball. Please tell me we do not concede. That's really not needed conceding today. Holy fuck, Roslan. Apparently we do concede though. So there's that. Yeah, well, he missed the interception and everybody else missed their defensive capabilities. But that's just how attacking football works. Not sure if I want to demand more here. Roslan will take a corner. Ah! It's not in. This is not Malaysian League defending though. Also, welcome to the stream. To be fair, this is a friendly only. We are in April, within the season, and I don't know what happens in April. Might be international break or something like that. But there's only friendlies right now. So we try to make... Well, I guess we try to cope with the financial negativity of the entire month and try to make some money from it. Yet another goal by Carrier. So we play some of the non-league teams here. Mr. Solarino. That's it. Welcome to the stream, and in case you're interested in anything particular, feel free to toss it in my general direction. Yet another cross. Come on, Choo-Choo. No? Mr. Test does score, though. So there's that. See? Works as a striker. I said so. 3 points of finishing in action. He has the technique. Somewhat. I should probably rotate a little bit at this point. Okay, who else is available? Well, Thomas. I think we'll keep Test on the pitch. Kalahara-san, Carrier had an excellent game and I want to save him from injuring himself. Mazrin should probably come on. One of the goalkeepers? Yeah, I guess him. A free for Ismavi. Then there's... No. Not him. Sulaiman for Sophie, I think. Yep. As well as Ankun for Killeen. Who's on the right defensive side? What Hussein? Did I forget anyone? Yeah, right winger. Well, I guess that's Baru's territory. Get out there, do something. Not sure what. Maybe score another goal. Who knows? Just to put this out there. Well, there's Mr. Test. And I guess the test was successful. Expected goals wasn't very high. But in the end we scored 5. So, who am I to complain? That said, this kind of match doesn't serve much purpose, does it? Just gotta keep morale up. Well, I guess the match against, whatever the name was. I guess the cup match, is more something to be proud of. Not these kinds of matches, though. 2 to 3 days, we can live with that. Oh, Chiellini is also, he's still trying to get into the defensive midfielder thing. Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that. So we'll do another friendly in 4 days. Also, apparently, I learned recently that managing your own friendlies, you're a psychopath. So, I guess that puts me into psychopath territory. So, do you guys do that? Manage your own friendlies? Because there was a ton of commentary under that Sealand video, that infamous one. And people declare they would manage their friendlies too. So all of them declared they are psychos. Apparently we're a big bunch of psychos. I think I want Coke. Coca-Cola. No, it's not. It's Pepsi, actually. Yeah. Well, I do both right now, in a way. It's not really a new tactic. I did do some delegation recently, I guess last season. But the alternative is me managing for 4 hours straight, through a period of 1 month that doesn't include much other than contract negotiations and looking at the odd player here and there. So I guess the question is, what's less entertaining? That's I specifically phrased it that way. Because sitting here staring at this screen for the entire time, that's probably not really appealing to all of you. To be fair, there's a bunch of lurkers around here. I'm pretty grateful for them. So they probably don't care much. They play something else along the way or watch something or whatever. So that's fine. I don't know. Maybe they do the chores. I should probably do that too. In fact, let me have a look at this. Cool. No plans for food today. That's what I just learned. But I need to think about dinner at some point. So, we just wanted to scout him because he's new in the league. No additional interest from my side. Also, he wouldn't be willing to come over anyway. Given that you're new to the stream, Solarino, you willing to share what brought you here? Did you just pick by least amount of viewers, or did you pick by something else? I guess there's a 75% chance it has to do with Sealand's video. If you're willing to share, that is, right? I really hate the fact that we forgot to register half of the players for the league. For the under-21s and the under-19s. 29th of May is the target date for that. We need to do all of it. Also, we still need a central defender, by the way. Because our own central defenders will leave. We still have Mokhtar. He's pretty old, though. And, like, he's too old to be a footballer at this point. Everybody gets a coaching license but me. Sure, let's send him on a course. We have the money. I want a course too. Can't even ask for one. I guess we do gegenpress style? I wasn't aware. This is absurd. I guess closing down more makes you a gegenpress style coach. Don't know. We did defensive football for the majority of matches coming here, so gegenpress sounds a bit weird. It works. Okay, so he gets experience in the position playing friendlies. That's not bad. So we can play him in every single friendly, as long as he's not under heavy match load. So that once he joins the club, which I expect to happen because there's nobody else offering for him, he might just be borderline competent at this point. So that might actually work. And pinky promise, I will refrain from doing any additional tactical experiments throughout the season. I'm always coming back to deploying forwards and target forwards, apparently. That said, I think last season we had a target forward, so might as well do a deep lying forward this time. Obviously one that is entirely incapable of doing that, that's just me. Boru's performances on a draining ground are great. In fact, let's have a look at this. Given that there's no match experience distributed right now, because it's just friendlies, that's not too horrible. Him though, didn't he play? I don't know what I'm doing. Well, I guess the trains will, won't they? There's chocolate on my forearm. Oh. Well, I think so. There's also the opportunity to... I guess that would please null it, wouldn't it? If we use one of the younger players that is capable of playing Shadow Striker. Probably not him, and neither Renong. But there's an under 19 player that is 1.5 star, if I'm not mistaken. Sunny. He's a bit off yet. No, probably not. But the other players could still play there. Also, not sure if the scoring will go down that much. We should probably compare with the rest of the league. So, give me a second there. We know that our defenders are somewhat weak. Just look at this. Safri has 5 points of strength. So maybe that's a Sarawak thing though. Carrier has 5 points of strength. Well, actually it's natural pairing. So Shadow Striker and Deep Lying Forward is the box standard pairing for inverse roles. So it says in the description even, I think. Where is it? No, they changed it seems. But usually coupled with another forward and support. That's true. Let's have a look at this. No, it doesn't say anymore. But I think well, I might have read it somewhere else. So either that or it said at some point that a Shadow Striker is usually coupled with a Deep Lying Forward. I think I got away from that, from partnering Shadow Striker specifically with a Deep Lying Forward. Basically throughout the last year, playing on stream. Because I realized that target forward works too, pressing forward might work, as long as there's some sort of holding striker, basically, if that makes sense. Holding striker is probably the wrong way to phrase it. Somebody that can retain possession and knock off a simple possession pass. Then the creativity of the Shadow Striker might be enough to score goals. Now, obviously, we'd prefer if both of them are very creative and can do those really great penetrating passes, but it doesn't need to be like this. Yeah. Well, to be fair, I do not disagree. I still think target forward is a really good role for this level of play. Let's not push the issue. Apparently we praise him all the time. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe the experiment goes wrong. On the other hand, who wants to get promoted anyway? We're here for fun, not for promotion. Actually, I don't want to give it away. But it gives us one thing. Experimenting with things like this. It gives us the opportunity to very much change the setup of the team. without changing tactics too much. Because the opponent expects a poacher right now. So having two sorts of partnerships available to us isn't that bad. For example, we could retain Taib on more of a creative role in midfield, being paired with a poacher, and do Thomas as a shadow striker and Test as a deep lying forward on the inverse. So I expect both of these things to happen at some point. We do not get a coaching course for the guy. The team's... What? Cool. Thanks for having this talk. So everybody gets a coaching course but me. Fantastic. He's considered to be a manager now, yeah. True. Anyone wants to be manager of the under-21s? Feel free to rename the staff. That's what it's here for, after all. If you got the channel points, that is. Somebody's making noise in my apartment. Sounds like kitchen noises to me. So, next match is yet again against a lower league team, and afterwards we will play Sarawak, which is also a lower league team. So, that said, this will contribute an additional 10k, most likely. So that should make up for most of what we spent this month, which is pretty great. I'm going for that. Did I mention that we need to do this friendly every single month? Like, not that one. There's one. Okay, might as well include... Mokhtar resumes full training. Perfect! Now he only needs to get 10 years younger. Maybe 20, actually. And then he'll be acceptable again. Which reminds me we need a defender. Central defender, we need one. So, let's have a look. Yeah, shit. All of these are trash. That's one that we, I guess, sold is the wrong way to put it. He left us. Just to play in the same stadium again. He has 2 points of strength. I'm really excited about this guy. Same with him. He's 17 years old at least. Unambitious though. Fairly sporting, good tackling, good technique, which is not needed as a defender. That's one of the better ones, isn't he? 4 points of strength and 6 points of jumping reach on a central defender. It pains me to look at this. This is better. Don't tell me to find something else. I have a hard time finding players at all over here. We could also try to increase scouting range to surrounding divisions. It might not help though. And well, we don't have the budget anyway. I guess we can allocate, but this is a 17-year-old. He's out of contract. I'm not sure what I'm going for here. Didn't we find somebody that is not unambitious? Apparently the unambitious one is the one I'm going for. Yeah, still, that's two 17-year-olds. We can simply take them in, because we do not have central defenders anyway. So even though they might be trash right now, playing them in the under 21s or in the under 19s league might just help them somewhat. So we'll sign those. We will definitely not. You will play in the league down there. Great. And we will not pay you at all. Not at all. There you go. Last resort signing. I guess this is our last resort. Don't want to sign him. So we'll take him in. Nope. We'll go with this. And, well, let's just not talk about it, will we? There you go. Did he agree? Not yet, it seems. Or maybe I missed it. So I guess the question is that I was willing to go for. Give me a second. We'll do this. Do you want me to manage the next friendly? 50 seconds. Well, you need to decide now, otherwise I will need to do this. I will not tell you what I will do by default. So hopefully somebody's there to answer the question. Otherwise it will look really bad. For the stream in general, because apparently there's no participation. There's one vote then? Okay, cool. Thank you very much, Mies. At least somebody contributes. By the way, did you put the players on the Discord yet? I guess some people... I expected as much. Shouldn't have included the option. That serves me just right. Thank you very much. So apparently nobody cares, they want to lurk. Alright. Have fun lurking, guys. Much appreciated. Let's see. Where the hell is this? Staff responsibilities. Ah, true. True. You made it more difficult for yourself. Yeah, that's right. I thought about the attributes and personality and stuff, yes. You are correct. So, that's true. Yeah, forget about that. It should be under matches, isn't it? Sure, Nullet will do that. 7 league games. How many points? Ouch. On the other hand, that means you score. So there's something there. Just need to concede less. Chernobyl made it to an unimpressive 2-0 victory. Not bad. Did Test play? Played him as a poacher. Okay. I guess that's something. Well, in that case, you made it to 3 points. I guess that's not bad. Holy shit, man. Um, well, maybe you get the odd result here and there. Do the players develop a little bit? Maybe. Is there some development in there? Maybe you get better. Did you stick to the same tactic? Are they familiar with the tactic at this point, even though they are losing? Maybe tweak it here and there. In particular player, but you can't. Well, you made it really hard for yourself. That's not true. I very much like you. Nice. Nice. So maybe, just maybe you will find staff that is capable, so you can get rid of the unhappiness with the training. So maybe somebody wants to work for you. Okay, not bad. It's the minor things, right? Ensure the little things. It's a little plus, a little positive. So there's that. I really don't want to cut off the conversation here, but I need to do another additional bathroom break. Something wants out. So yeah, probably related to drinking all that much water, first and foremost. Anyway, BRB, and I will see you on the other side. Alright, I'm back. Sorry, that took a bit. So, wages have been cut to 40% of the budget now without selling a player. Everybody good, just left with pre-arranged transfers. Okay. So basically you can do... well, once you can sign new players, you can do a whole new setup. I imagine that's pretty hard without seeing the attributes though. So, yeah. I don't know if that is fun anymore. I guess if you like it, obviously that can be very fun to you, Mies. But in general, I don't think I would be the one going for that. Like, I'm somewhere in between chairs, I think, or perspectives. Sitting on the fence is the way to put it, right? This ideal needs better challenges. Well, guess so. Yeah, okay. So, looking at the abstraction level a little bit, yeah, you do that. No, why not? If it's fun to you, sure, go with it. But if it's not fun, you know, don't put yourself through suffering just to be some sort of player type that you do not want to be. If that makes sense. And I will come up with something that is a bit akin to this, I think. I recently played, well, recently is not entirely true, but in the last few weeks, I played Hard Space Shipbreaker. Entirely different game, doesn't matter much what you do there, even though I enjoyed it very much. So I played in normal mode. In Hard Space Shipbreaker, you can die. And if you die, well, you pay a ton of money, in-game money that is, to respawn, and there's that. On the other hand, given the overall amount of debt you are in, it barely makes a difference. Now, there's different game modes. You can die for an unlimited amount of times in standard mode, which I played. You can die up to 30 times in some other mode, which I never reached the 30 times. And you can die once, and then there's game over in hard mode, or whatever it's called. So I thought to myself, well, I might do a playthrough of the entirety of this game again for YouTube. Just now that I experienced it and I like it very much, and it's how do I put this? It has some sort of a meditative component, if that makes sense. It's something that you can do. Be pretty calm about it, not talk that much. So I guess it's not a game for me. Nah, seriously though. I think I would enjoy doing that once more, but putting it on YouTube, there would be I could do with an additional emphasis on not dying. The problem is, if I put it on like Iron Man mode, I need to do one playthrough and not die at all. And that's very unlikely to happen. So it doesn't really contribute to fun anymore, and I don't know what to do about that. Because going with these Mokhtar retires. I didn't want to play him anyway, but now the last option as a central defender is gone. He just retired from professional football. Great. But that's just a learning for you, isn't it? If the player has better attributes that are visible to you, doesn't necessarily... No. Just because the player has better attributes that are visible to you doesn't necessarily say that he has better attributes or is better suited to play in that role. His personality, which is hidden, might influence stuff a lot. And also his familiarity with the role, or his awareness on the pitch. Also, dynamics might influence this, right? He might not be a long-time servant to the club yet, so whatever the attributes are, he will not contribute much. So, you know, ease him into things. And this is the way it is intended to be played. Of course, the attributes are visible, but the rest of it is somewhat of an uncertainty. So, I think that's also true in real life. We have a pretty good idea about the attributes of players in Football Manager, as well as in real life. We know that their technique is more or less on that level. We can see that. They're scouting for that. That's the way the attributes in Football Manager are generated. So to put that on an order makes sense. Okay, but so I guess I get why you're trying to do it in a different way. Did you? Can we offer trial for him until he? No, he didn't join yet. I think we might need to offer a trial for him. Once he agrees to join. But did you try to do the other extreme? For just some time? I don't know, do a save in Wales, whatever. Somewhere where personalities are available but skill is not. Did you try to do the exact inverse? Not looking at the attributes and, well, I guess you do that right now. Not looking at the attributes and focusing more on development of personalities and whatever there's available. Even though attributes might be really bad. Basically doing moody all over the place. But I think you're doing something akin to that right now. I just don't know if the masking is that helpful. That makes sense. You will figure it out by yourself, obviously. If the masking helps you, why not? If it doesn't, I don't know. Don't make it too hard on yourself. Everybody's on the heavy match load. Great. They're dead. There's a center back joining. True. And there should be another one. Another 17-year-old. Please do. Also him. Yeah. Well, if you lost fun, I guess shooting myself in the foot here. If you don't like the game anymore, don't play it. And don't put that much emphasis on it. You're in this life to have fun after all. So, if that's something that's not appealing to you anymore, that's just the way it is. But I can also see why you would want to keep it. That makes sense. I guess as humans, we tend to hold on to things that are a thing of the past, way too much anyway. Maybe that's just me though, but I feel like well, I had a few years on this planet, I guess, and I feel like I was way too focused on stuff from the past. We can also see this in gaming, just to come back to this topic. Think of Age of Empires, for example. Age of Empires 2 is definitely a milestone in gaming. People go back to this game to an extent that is absurdly unhealthy. Like, I'm not saying it's a bad game. I'm saying it's romanticized to a degree that doesn't make sense. There might be other RTSs that were way better that came later. Just people still go back to Age of Empires 2. With HD remakes and new pathfinding AI and stuff. And it might be pretty balanced and it might be okay. But like, there were newer games done later that improved a lot in this area or that. Still, people prefer Age of Empires 2. A ton of them. And I'm not sure if this is a good thing. Like, if they have fun, sure, why not? But It's like me going back to Football Manager 2018 because I had a really great save back then. I guess that's fine, but why would I do that? It's romanticizing the past too much to me. So, if you want to do something else, move on with your life. The time on this planet is the most valuable resource you have. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Because that makes a ton of sense to me. Because the primary cause of fun to you, the way you explain it, so correct me if I'm wrong about this, but it sounds like, to me, it is about the story. For you, it is about the story of the players. It is about what happens to a club in particular. It is about the trip. It's not about the result. And it's about the trip not only for the club, it's about the trip for every single player. The journey. Sorry, the journey it is. Yeah. But there's something in between, right? So sure. We will play Sarawak. I will not manage this myself. I'm thinking. It's a bit hard for me because I don't want to put myself in the front row here. For comparisons. On the other hand, you're talking to me right now, so might as well do that. But like, I get that your game is very different from mine. On the other hand, I try to focus on players as a resource more because I romanticized player development and the individual journey of a player too much. Same as the club. So prior to doing the stream, I was not always, but not this stream. Prior to doing streaming in general, I was one of these people that started the save, and if it didn't go well, at some point the club didn't want me anymore, so I abandoned the save and I did a new one. And I thought to myself, I don't like that. So doing streaming was a way for myself to force me into continuing the save. And I think that was healthy for me. Kind of weird to talk about it like this, and it's just a game after all, right? So do whatever is fun of you. But for me to see that the world moves on, even in Football Manager, and that you can be just fine with another club and start a new thing within a database that has been running for 5 years, that was healthy. So now these days I look at it like, okay, we even took some of the players like Owen last season. We took Owen to a new club in Indonesia, and he was a standard goalkeeper there. He didn't make it at TAFs well. Well, he did, but he didn't play well. In Indonesia, though, he was fine, even though the level was not much different. So it was just about his development and, well, being able to contribute to the team. And his personality and stuff was never in doubt. So that story kind of still has this romanticized flavor. And I'm very happy with that. But I also saw him as a resource. I had a look at him, had a look at the attributes, had a look at what he's weak at and what he's good at, and determined that his aerial capability, and in particular the command of area and stuff, that was pretty good. But his reflexes and stuff were not that great in comparison to the rest of Indonesia back then. So I saw him as a resource too. I think there's a sweet spot there, and you gotta figure it out for yourself. And if it is not fun to you, don't rely on one or the other too much. Like, it's okay. not to do that. It's not. It's not. In the end, it's about fun, right? So over optimizing too much or over being overly reliant on romanticizing a trip for players is probably, I don't know. That's a very individual thing. True. I don't know where I was going with that. Sorry for the rant. That's I guess I'm hoping you find a way that's fun. But if it isn't, try something else. Yeah, well, that's probably not. Well, if that's not who you want to be, don't be that person. Right? Because that'll not give you results for sure. Some players take years in Football Manager to adapt to clubs. Yeah, but you shot your own foot basically. Because player development will not be great if you do that. Some players will need a year or two to even get a foothold. Guess bad way to phrase it, or the perfect way to phrase it, however you want to put it. So maybe if I had the choice with Sarawak United here, I would probably keep players like Carrier and Ankun around for romanticized matter as well as being good resources. It just hits both spots. I'm not very fond of their personalities. Yeah, but I guess then it makes sense. On the other hand, for me, this is a romanticized or a matter of principle, I think. Um, I still try to manage like I'm going for a 20-year career somewhere, even though I might get fired. I just can't do it any other way, but that's just me. Like, this is a subset of how I am in real life as a person. I just cannot imagine doing it for just focusing on the next year or the next two. That's just not how I roll. I'm the one to go for long-term success. And if that comes at the detriment of short-term comfort, that's usually me. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's a reasonable choice every single time. I might be absurdly wrong with that sometimes. You know, sometimes short-term success is all you need. Yeah, I get that. It makes sense. Yeah, as humans, we tend to switch between extremes sometimes. If we realize that something doesn't work, sometimes we go to the straight to the opposite. But the truth is in between, and we have a hard time figuring that out. You can see that. That's probably a really bad example, and I'm not a social scientist at all. But at least in my experience, you can see that also, for example, in choices of dating or something like that. Um, yeah, true. But I will take that. That's true. That said, I hope I will not defend this. You know, I will suck it up now. You are right, and I think there's something to be learned here from me. That's true. I just rarely do that. You are correct. So I have really a hard time not defending this and arguing about it. You can probably tell. Ah. Ismavi, for example, going back to the resource versus other stuff. Ismavi, I think, from a perspective of attributes, well, I guess the question is this more healthy? Does it work more often? Or is it at a detriment of your success? Who knows? Maybe very defensive is the way to go. I'm not saying it will be better if you go all out attacking or all out defensive, but maybe something works. So, you know. At least didn't want to argue about it. Don't want to do it. I do not know better than you. Really, I don't. I don't want to be the guy on the internet that convinces everyone that he's really good at playing a game, even though I'm not much better than anyone else. I just think that's not healthy. I just enjoy doing it on stream, that's all. But to be fair, in FM24, I did not put that much time into FM24 in comparison to the other Football Manager installments. Like playing time right now, which is more or less strictly on stream, should be way lower than what I usually had. I would need to look it up, actually. Maybe I can do that. Hopefully it doesn't show on stream, but it shouldn't. Give me a second. Don't wanna... Where is it? Library here. FM24. It says 160 hours playing time. That's nothing for me. True, that's not helping at all. So can you get them out of the penalty area? Or how does it happen? Is it counter-attacking situations or I guess I'm asking, how are the penalties conceded? Corners. So you could try to focus on defending corners. Do you do set piece routines in training? That might be a thing. Okay. So that sounds like there's an emphasis to be put there, though. I'm not sure how much we concede from set pieces. Not that much, I think. Yeah, but... Well... I'm not sure if you can come up with a solution to that, but say you... Yeah, sure. But is there an emphasis on defending corners in the setup prior to the match? Let's have a look at this again. I'm not sure if this is still a thing. This is more focusing on attack, I think. But this match focus here, this includes the setup, right? Pre-match preparation, that stuff. There should be something for defending corners there. So even if it's just a nudge, and you start to concede. Okay. Obviously, you might also focus on the attribute training there, but there might be a long-term effect, like really long-term, years. And not sure if you're cut out for that, just due to the setup of the club, not you personally. Yeah. Okay, I see. How's the tactic? Do you in your skin? Do you still have tactical familiarity and stuff? I will definitely not change Tiki. Okay, so I guess the familiarity and team dynamics will be somewhat manageable, right? I don't care much. We'll just go with whatever the assistant manager, well, Cheryl Nullet provides. If he sees this later on, Cheryl Nullet will be responsible for all of these matches. Also, by the way, talking about all of this stuff, we just skipped over the few friendlies. So I even forgot about the monies. Thank you very much for that. Like, I'm somewhat serious. I focus on stuff way too much. Or stress it too much. So there's that. Tactical familiarity should be pretty good now too. Oh, I just thought of something. So if Mr. Test is not around yet for the next 4 matches, why would I train Thomas? No, he still trains as an attacking midfielder. Where's the other one? Taib, where are you? There. Running out of character limit. Yeah, going back to the 4-4-2 and the tactical familiarity. How does it look these days for you? And how are team dynamics? I guess the mood in the squad will be pretty low. It's good. Well, that's a plus. Okay. So, okay. And what's going on with these two players? New signings? Um, getting used to new roles? Yeah, well. I see. Yeah, okay. But that might still be worth it. So, why not? There is also always the option, if I wanted to put Thomas here for a second, hopefully he's familiar with this stuff. Get rid of that. So, assuming this was full, which it isn't, but maybe in defensive it is. Yeah, in defensive it is. So Thomas is perfectly capable of playing attacking midfielder on attack. I can always put him on Shadow Striker training, for example, and continue to play him as an attacking midfielder on attack. Because he's familiar with that, he will not lose it anytime soon, as long as he plays in that role. That said, I can focus his training on another role, so he will gain familiarity with that. So, training like that for a month might make the shift less impactful on the pitch. Obviously, it will take longer for him to be to be Shadow Striker. Sorry, but he will continue to play as an attacking midfielder on the level that we expect of him. So the transitionary process, I guess, is an interesting thing to think about too. Sometimes one does too much all of a sudden there. So I will keep him on attacking midfielder on attack for now, because this is the way we will play him. But once Mr. Test, wherever he is, comes into the club, I think I will try to put him on Shadow Striker duty, same as the other one. But I will continue to play them as attacking midfielders until they are very familiar with the Shadow Striker role. If that makes sense. So I'm going for that. Mm-hmm. That's hard to determine without watching it, without looking at the attributes. Do you still have the assistant manager's assessment though, right? So you can see if somebody is technically gifted and has good passing because, well, the report says so, right? That's still a thing, if I recall that correctly from the skin. That doesn't look that bad. Armed forces in general are interesting. Not, but don't quote me out of context. But this club. So first of all, they got promoted. Second of all, we lost a bunch of players to them. They are sitting in Kuala Lumpur. So let me have a look at this. I'm really not that familiar with geography, sorry. Kuala Lumpur, though, is... I guess that's the main island of Malaysia, if you want to put it that way. Whilst Sarawak is, well, on the eastern one. So we lost a bunch of players going to the main city, I guess. Kuala Lumpur is the biggest city, as far as I'm aware. I thought maybe they want to come over, but really I think we should focus on the Sarawak region instead. Okay. Yeah, Kuala Lumpur is the capital, yeah. So armed forces are in the capital, that makes some sense. And well, my entire thought process doesn't make much sense, so it doesn't matter. This looks good. I think the assistant manager can pick here. Doesn't matter much. Maybe get rid of these two. Both of these are 17 years old, so they can go to the under-19 squad. Signing a bunch of new players, why not? Okay. By the way, Mies, did you watch the Dortmund match? I didn't, I just wanted to, I don't know, I guess have an opinion on what's happening in Dortmund right now. And to be fair, okay, I really just follow this, given that I know that you're a supporter of Dortmund. So, just out of interest. As usual, okay. Well, I read up on it a little bit, and apparently it had a lot of chances, so might have been a really exciting match to watch. But, well, I guess we gave you Kobel at some point. So that might have helped. Just putting that out there, though. I don't know. Okay, okay. Sounds like Augsburg to me, though. I guess I gotta give that to Augsburg in general. Okay. Yeah, that happens, though. You can hardly influence that. I guess it's the same in FM. Sometimes stuff just doesn't work. It does not necessarily reflect on you. I don't know. Sometimes you do not create much in a match, and it's hard to determine why. So let's have a look at training again here. At this point it gets important. There's some players that are just in decline. There's others. I didn't expect Hussein to train that well, to be honest. I see, yeah. Got something that works pretty well in Stuttgart these days. Hmm. Which, to be fair, this is somewhat weird. Um, given that Füllkrug is around. Okay. So I guess this could be interpreted as criticism on Terzic's side. Maybe less flexibility and a more structured approach would be a good idea in Dortmund's circumstances. Because Niklas Füllkrug is pretty much a dominant, well, I guess asset, right? But being played as anything but like he should be more or less a target forward, right? I have that correct, don't I? Yeah. Well, Niklas Füllkrug is 1 meter 89, so. Hmm. Yeah. On the other hand, the players have a high level of skill in general, but maybe it's also some sort of transitionary period. Um, bad is a very hard way to put it. I think. There's players in there that are close to decline. Let me have a look at that actually. Dortmund. We should probably discuss this in private at some point. On the other hand, why not do it on stream, right? There's some areas that are really great. Okay. Benzibaini, yeah. Um, I think there's stuff in Dortmund's squad that is perfectly fine. Like, for example, goalkeeper position. You can argue that Meyer and Lotkar are probably not the best replacement keepers, but Kobel in general is that's really good. Yeah. Yeah. True. On the other hand, Mokoko's injured anyway. Until the end of the year, it seems. But sure. Halera as well as Füllkrug in the squad. Uh, you can argue it's a similar player type. So that makes some sense. But having both of them in the team will probably make one unhappy. Yeah, he was. True. But that's just the thing with talents. Either you play them all the time, or you don't. And if you do not play them all the time, they will not develop. So I guess the management decided to play somebody that's more reliable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have signed Füllkrug in the first place. Could have gone with the youth into the season. But then people wouldn't have been happy either. Hmm. Yeah. This looks pretty good. Is this the new coaching? Not sure. But it seems like there's actual development in some of these players. I'm not saying they will develop much, but there's something in here. Hell, even on King. Okay, that's not much. Anyway, training rating's fine. I will not praise him, that's for sure. Let's go over this last friendly. Yeah. True. You still have some reliable options there. So it's a bit of a hard one for me. To determine from the distance. Tight calf. He hurts himself a lot, doesn't he? Or is this just me? On the other hand, it's low-grade stuff. Barely worth mentioning. So I'm thinking people like Hummels and Royce, for example, are reliable options. It's just not options that a club can focus on going forward. Like, they are still a thing. Also to an extent, Emre Can, I think. Have a look at this. How old is Emre Can at this point? Where the hell is he? He's 29. Well, I guess Emre Can is still an option for the future. Given that he's 29, he might as well play until he's 35. Who knows? I'm not sure. Don't know about his body and stuff. And his injury history. I think Emre Can was injured from time to time, but not. It's not like Benno territory, right? Yeah. But you know, Emre Can did a lot of stuff throughout his career, I think, if I recall that correctly. Yeah, true. And, well, you somewhat sold that in Dortmund. There was a time when there were deep line playmakers in Dortmund under the club, I guess under the club regime. Not club, club regime. There were deep line playmakers that were pretty great. At least for the time. Later on, you might laugh at it at this point, but even Nuri Sahin had a really good time in Dortmund at some point. Yeah. Well, from a mentality perspective, that's not the worst choice. He certainly has a point there. And I think Royce didn't want it anymore. What's with Hummels? Obviously, Hummels would be a primary candidate for captaincy otherwise, but I guess Terzic wasn't sure anymore if Hummels would play, given his age. So there's some sense to that too. On the other hand, you still do rely on Hummels pretty heavily, as far as I'm aware. It's weird. Yeah. Which makes sense, right? I mean, he's 35 now. Did I read that correctly? Mats Hummels is 35. So for a central defender, obviously you can argue, let's go with Italian standards since he still has 5 years in him. But... oh, since yesterday. Okay. Well, I guess congratulations to Mats Hummels. He will probably not not listen to this anytime soon. Still, that's definitely one of the bigger names in football. Gotta give him that. He had hell of a career until now. In particular, given all of the external pressure too. To a degree, that's also true for Niklas Süle, for example. Had a damn good career despite all of the criticism. So I'm not sure if I want to be too negative of either of them. But in particular, in the case of Hummels, he had a lot of different ways to contribute to squads throughout the years. In what respect? Are they a very strange breed? Maybe we need Schalke back in the first league just to give him something to hate. Yeah, but that's just how people are, right? Or humans. Looking at short-term success all the time, not really looking at other stuff. By the way, in case you're interested, Freiburg and Cologne should have had their kickoff like 5 minutes ago. This is me advocating for watching Bundesliga. That's not fair, though. Maybe there is. We play Kuala Lumpur City FC, by the way, in the cup. Cool. So I don't know what's going on here. At home, at least. Where was I? Maybe Eden Terzic still has some. I guess everybody has some learnings wherever they are, right? But not sure about his background. He developed the youth in Dortmund for some time, right? So maybe he's trying to do his own concept a bit too much, to the detriment of the players available. No, to the detriment of results. And he might not have the time to implement his tactical concept in Dortmund. Because as much as I like Dortmund in general for given time to their managers, it's not that much time. This is not Freiburg by any stretch of the imagination. I see. Yeah. Well, so there's the learning to be had for the likes of Watzke and Zorc, I guess. Like, I'm aware that well, there has been a change there, but in their days, I know, but it failed to. I guess Watzke talked too much in the press anyway, so I do not necessarily think that this is a bad thing. But as a voice of reason, Zorc sometimes wasn't that bad. I cannot recall a statement by Zorc that was how do I put this that much controversial. He's, at least to me, once he was talking to the press, I didn't necessarily think he was one to fuel the fire necessarily. So maybe that's something that's needed. Or, I don't know, maybe Kale or somebody needs to open his mouth all of a sudden, once or twice throughout the season, just to calm things a little bit. Maybe that's not a bad idea. But who am I to judge? I'm so far away from Dortmund, really. So I'm probably not the one to ask. What's going on here? Don't we have... Yeah. But that can't be true. This is not the worst season for 16 years, though. There was the season back with Klopp, when you guys were at a rock bottom of the table, more or less, at the end of the first half of the season, and going back to Europa League with defensive football and yeah, but there has been worse. And to be fair, you still recovered, making the unacceptable amount of changes. I really don't want to go through the squad planner right now. We'll do this on an individual basis. Yeah, that might be. But, there's always this one statistic that you can pull up. There will always be something. In particular, if Sky is involved, they will dig up something. It's just like waiting for the build to find something. They will always dig up dirt. So, I don't know. If you concede too much, for example, that's probably a thing. Sure. But then I guess the question is, what you want to change the playing style? so you don't concede that much. Maybe it's not as exciting anymore. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it was a given by the club. Whatever. So, by the way, there's a real match coming up. That's it. So, whilst I very much enjoy this for now, and I enjoy talking about all of that stuff, I think I should probably have dinner at some point. And it's 15:38 here. So, most likely, it's a better idea to focus on this next time and wrap up the stream for now. I think I'll do the regular one tomorrow. Big disclaimer here. Given that I am on a vacation, I might as well do one earlier. I have the entire day tomorrow. So, well, what's he supposed to say, right? If he, like, put it that way, as a leader, as the one that puts his head out there. Well, the alternative is he says he's not that happy with the squad, and then it goes to the detriment of the morale of the squad. So then he will criticize the squad, basically from the get-go. That's a sure way to get yourself fired. And also to be hated by the fans too. So I don't know, if he goes there and he's somewhere in between, sitting on the fans way, I could have imagined better. Just say nothing is interpreted however the press wants to, though. So I'm just trying to defend him here. Not, yeah. But that's really hard. Like, if I guess, in fact, that's pretty much an excuse for the Guardiola style, praising everything over the moon. Because at least in that situation, nobody in the press can make up anything, because you will just praise everything and everyone whenever they are in your squad. So in the end, there's no overstatement there anymore. Just because there's overstatement everywhere. It's a kind of misinformation thing. Yeah. I see. It's really hard though. I wouldn't know what to do with that. Like, that's also an area where Dortmund never really coped with the loss of Jurgen Klopp. Press conferences in general. And that's really not the main contributor. But in the end, Jurgen Klopp just is a thing. As a character, he's irreplaceable. Meek Billion, you are coming right into the stream just now as I'm trying to figure out if I can wrap this up. I guess what I'm trying to say is you're late. Also, good morning to you. I need some food though. No, I'm totally fine, and I will probably I would very much like to continue this. You know what? Give me a break. I will do a short break. Well, I guess I will try to continue this. Let me put it that way. I will do what any reasonable employee would do. I will try to find some food. I have an idea. And I will talk to my management, if that's fair. So, I will talk to my management and we will No. Well, I will bring the food. So, I will talk to my management and then we will find out if I can continue this, okay? Because, I guess I want to focus on what's really important in life. And Football Manager is second priority, if that makes sense. That said, I very much enjoyed the conversation. And I feel pretty happy going into the next match. But I still want to prioritize other stuff. So, minor break. And then we will find out if we wrap up the stream or if we move forward. That said, I hope you have a good day. Alright, BRB. Okay, that took a while. So, I don't know how to put this. I will spend some time with other stuff right now. Sorry for the long break. And making you wait. And I will continue the stream probably tomorrow. Or later this evening maybe. But probably tomorrow. Yeah, there's that. So, sorry for the long wait. Also, yeah, same to you. And I will go back to this just to put this out there because you're around right now. Thanks, man. I will do that too. Just to put this out there, the next 2 weeks, with the exception of the Christmas days, there's a high likelihood that I will do additional streams throughout the week. So in case you're at work or something and might want to enjoy the stream along the way, you're pretty much invited. Not sure when though. Might be tomorrow morning already. So who knows? For meek billion amounts of morning, obviously. Anyway, have a nice lazy Sunday, and also keep your fingers crossed for a Stuttgart victory today. See you soon. Bye.